Here. And you're all set. Have a good meeting.
Ready, good?
Yeah.
Awesome. Good evening, everybody. It is January 10th. Happy New Year. This is our first select board meeting of 2023. And I would like to call the meeting to order. Can I have acceptance of the agenda? Second by Ms. Canfield. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. Before we start the meeting, I'd like to read this. The Scituate Select Board is committed to providing an environment of respect during meetings. We ask all members to interact in a polite manner, even when there's disagreement. We value the participation of our community. We want all participants, including marginalized and minoritized communities, to feel welcome and respected. We ask our committee members and all who participate to commit to these standards to support and respect our community. Okay, the next item is walk-ins. Are there any walk-ins this evening? Spurgeon?
Thank you.
Come on up.
Oh, thank you. Mr. John. Happy New Year.
And you, 2 Penny Crest Road.
10.
10 Penny Crest.
I'm here because 2 meetings ago, we were talking about Class 2 and Class 3 licenses. And I did not fully understand a Class 3 license. There are only 2 in this town. One is out in the West End and one belongs to Sean Harris. And please understand that my concerns about the West End is not in any way, shape, or form to be construed as wanting to put anyone out of business at all, ever. That was never my intent. My concern, it is in a water resource protection district, and yes, I understand it's been there for 100 years, grandfathered and all the rest of it. But you know what? Nobody cared about water 100 years ago. Which is what I kind of do now. But that said, it is not my intent to ruffle anybody's feathers. That's all I have to say.
Oh, is there a question or no?
No,
You just
there
want to
isn't.
make that comment?
I just wanted to make the comment to clear the air
Okay.
that in no way, shape, or form do I have any intention at all of putting anyone out of business.
Of course.
That's it.
And you brought it up, but people have brought it up to us for years, so this isn't a new topic, but thank you for coming in.
I just wanted to,
Sure.
massage this thing.
Okay, thank you. We'll see
Thank
you,
you.
we'll see you shortly.
I'm sure you will.
Are there any other walk-ins? Okay, the next is the report of the town administrator. Jim is not able to be with us tonight. He has a family commitment that he has to be there to be with, so he will not be here this evening. And if you want to see his administrative report, you can go to YouTube and watch Karen and Jim did it yesterday morning, and he usually just goes over the majority of the material that was on that. So, and Karen said it was pretty standard information.
Routine,
yeah. Great. All right, so we'll get right to it. The first item that we have is a discussion and vote for MSBA Accelerated Repair Program. Dr. Dutch, how are you?
I'm well, how are you?
I'm well also, thanks for coming in.
Sure. So this, you have already approved the accelerated repair of the high school roof, partial roof replacement. And that was done by you at some point prior to town meeting, and then town meeting appropriated the funds. We submitted all the information to the MSBA. We've been accepted into the accelerated repair program, but before we can move forward, they require very specific vote language, which they dictated to me and is before you in your packet. So we would need a vote by this board to follow their language, which our original submission did not.
You have to provide.
Lorraine, do you have the,
Is it in the backup?
I did bring copies just in
let's see,
case.
it's not in my place.
No.
Okay.
not the handout in the packet.
Yeah, no,
That's fine.
That's good, but that's okay, we got it.
Once I came there.
Finally, well, only one of us has to read it.
Bob, this is for, has nothing to do with the MSBA, proposal for a new school. This is us trying to get a large project, which is repairing of the roof of the high school done and helping getting matching funds for that.
Correct.
And the request was about 1.1 million, is that right?
1,045,000.
Any questions on the content list?
Just one question, so the match for the town, so the town is.
43% would be the match. We have to appropriate the fund, the full amount.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the project? And this is not the expense of the project, this is only the first phase, right, engineering and.
No, it may very well, we've got an estimate that this would be the total cost, but the engineering, OPM, design would all come out of this as well.
But this possibly could be a full repair of the roof.
Because it's not a full roof replacement, it's only 12,000 square feet.
Any questions from the audience? Motion?
Timing?
As soon as this vote is certified, we send it off to the MSBA and we can begin the process of hiring the OPM.
Thanks.
Before you read it, so are we in the program? It's been approved, so we're gonna
We've
get
been
it?
invited into the program. For all intents and purposes, it's been approved.
Okay, great.
So the money's been set aside by the MSBA for this particular project.
Yeah, I just want to say, to let the community know that, we do care about the name schools, and this is above beyond the school budget. That we do contribute money above and beyond the other budget schools, and we're sensitive to the fact that we need to maintain them. So, and I appreciate the fact that schools went to NSBA to be part of this program, because it helps us keep our schools in repair so that we're not constantly building new schools and then having to tear them down sooner than we should, because we're not taking care of them. So the town, I think, is to be commended for making the commitment to take care of our schools.
I would agree. I think being proactive is the best path. It's the most fiscally responsible path. And the school department certainly appreciates the town's collaboration, cooperation, and contribution to maintaining the facilities.
Now can I have a motion?
Move that the select board acknowledges that on April 11th, 2022, at town meeting, the town of Scituate appropriated amount of $1,045,000 for the purpose of paying costs of partial roof replacement at Scituate High School, 606 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, Scituate, Massachusetts, 02066, including the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto the project, which proposed repair project would materially extend the useful life of the school and preserve an asset that otherwise is capable of supporting the required education program, and for which the town has applied for a grant from the Massachusetts School Building Authority, MSBA. Said amount is to be expended under the direction of the Scituate School Committee. To meet this appropriation, the town of the Scituate Select Board is authorized to borrow a said amount under Mass General Law, Chapter 44, or pursuant to any other enabling authority. The town acknowledges that the MSBA's grant program is a non-entitlement discretionary program based on need as determined by the MSBA, and if MSBA's board of directors votes to invite the town to collaborate with the MSBA on this proposed repair project, any project costs the town incurs in excess of any grant approved by and received from the MSBA shall be sole responsibility of the town, and that if invited to collaborate with the MSBA on proposed repair project, the amount of borrowing authorized pursuant to this vote shall be reduced by any prior amount set forth in the project funding agreement. It may be extended between the town and the MSBA.
Executed, yes. Second by Ms. Stern, further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye is unanimous. Is that all you need from us?
That's it.
Great,
Thank you.
thanks, Bob.
Thank you.
All right, the next topic is an acceptance of the donation for tennis backboard. Maura, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Happy New Year.
Thank you,
Happy New Year, all.
So we love these ones.
Yeah, this is not a tough one, really.
Yeah.
Let me introduce you to Kelly Butterworth. What's your, yeah.
Kelly. So I'm Kelly Butterworth, my family's name is Kelly, so, yeah, so I stay as Kelly. Yeah, I don't use it, but I do. Because a lot of people do, and I still answer to it, but yes, I'm Kelly Butterworth.
And the family's been around forever in this
Yes.
town. I remember my kids were very little, and I have older kids now, hearing about them playing all the sports at the high school. And I often wondered, did I meet them? So Kelly, came to me one day and said, I have an idea. She was helping out with the track that we ran this summer, and then also in the fall, for the little kids, and she has little kids and she helped out. So our events usually happen 4 times a year. So she came and she said, I really want to do something special for my mother. So now I'm gonna let Kelly go from there.
So my mom is also a lifelong Scituate resident of the O'Donnell family, and she is a lifelong tennis player. And she had a milestone birthday this year, and she's not really a party person, so she's been asking or longing for the tennis backboard from North Scituate days. And so we thought, in honor of her milestone birthday, we would donate money to have a backboard put up at the court. She's in walking distance to the courts at Bedworth or wherever it may be. And so I met with Maura, and she was interested.
So it's a $2,000 donation that came from your relatives.
Yep, so from the Kelly family, the Butterworth family.
And I think what we will have to pick up with as recreation in the fields, we'll pick up the shipping on it. Other than that, I think it's gonna cover the whole backboard. It's gonna be placed, if you can picture the tennis courts, it would be placed on the back corner near the formerly known Red Schoolhouse and the graveyard across the street. So it will cut the wind, that will help. And so somebody like her mother can come up and hit back and forth. This has been a request for a long time. People have asked. What comes to mind is Mr. C asking for it once. Yeah, I'll get to it, Mr. C. But I never did, and then now we're here. So, Butterworth family is not the only ones that have funded it. There have been other requests.
Great. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Let's open up for discussion.
Thank you so much and happy birthday to your mother. It's a wonderful tribute to her.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you.
I have spent countless hours, I'm an avid tennis player and using the backboard, and any tennis player in town will know it's gonna be well used. And it's the perfect way to practice, and all my kids are gonna love it, so this is fabulous.
Thank you so much. Yes. Is there any plans to renovate the courts? Do they need?
We just did them over a couple of years ago.
We did, okay.
And we did the lighting, we also put pickleball lines in there, so there's a combination of pickleball and tennis, people using it all the time. It's worn out over there, it's heavily used.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you very much. Yeah. It's nice.
One other thing, I did check with the varsity girls tennis coach to make sure it wasn't gonna interfere in their tennis play, because they play most of their games over there, and she loved the idea. So I had to cover all the bases.
Well, my wife used to go to North Scituate to play. Her sister, related sister Cindy Cindy Bullock used to go play there all the time. And I think it's a great addition. I played a lot of tennis growing up as well. My only question is, are we redoing the high school ones? Because I know you need 5 courts to host matches. So now matches are hosted for Scituate is at the old gates.
Yeah.
And we're talking about doing something over here. Do you know what the status of that is?
I did sit in on a meeting recently with Mark Novak was there, Jamie Gilmore was there, who else was there? I forget. I don't know, obviously, but it's in a study phase right now. They're going to CPC, I think they eliminated the pickleball people, so now that's separated. It's not in the stage yet, but yes, they are. But I don't know
Yeah,
how close it is to do it.
There's 3 courts there now.
There's 4.
There's 4 there now?
Yeah, but they're very dilapidated.
Yeah,
There's
But
weeds.
they need
growing.
room for 1 more, so,
Well, Mark came up with a nice design for that.
I didn't see it.
It's not even in that kind of a stage, it was just to see if it could happen there. And with the spectating going up the hill. The big
The
mountain.
mountain, the Scituate mountain.
It's not high, it's worth it.
Nice peak.
Okay, but you definitely want this at Cudworth.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
And what's the material of the wall?
I think it's called marine base.
Yeah.
Marine, so it won't.
Yeah, it's like a marine grade.
Is it wood or is it like a poly or is it like?
It's like MDF, like marine, like
Really density fiberboard.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like an MDF board, so it's like can withstand the weather
Yeah.
and so.
And it comes as a kit, so I contacted DPW, Richie at DPW, and he said they put it together.
Okay, great. Spectacular, thank you very much. Can I have a motion?
Move that the select board accept a donation of $2,000 to go towards purchase and installment of a tennis backboard in honor of Mrs. Butterworth, and the tennis court home and recreation department.
Second by Mr. Goodman, any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous, thank you very much.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Or we should get them. Yeah,
I think I did.
Hi, Mike,
You might like that.
how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Good. So we had two things on the docket, one of them can be postponed, but you're gonna talk about networking equipment this evening. Is that correct?
That's correct. So this is a project to replace our core data switches. So they're core being where literally everything connects in the data center, public safety, servers connect. All our workstations, whether they be wireless or wired, eventually make their way back there. It's the central spot where literally everything on the network meets. Currently, they're Cisco. Cisco is a fantastic brand, but they've decided to discontinue, as most manufacturers do. At some point, they discontinue support. They're a little bit long in the tooth. So we need to replace them. Cisco's is just a very expensive brand, so we're going to be replacing them with Extreme. The brand that we introduced a couple years ago when we got fiber grant. They've replaced and added switches in all our other buildings. So this is a price in a contract to replace the switches at in the data center, 2 switches here at Town Hall, and then we will be reallocating switches, existing switches to 2 in the library and 1 at the Board of Health, which are also the older Cisco models. And for that, all the work, the fiber optic receivers, and all the switches, and 1 year of maintenance is the $78,643 in front of you. And then the last page is the signature page for the contract.
So are we just, how many switches is it actually? Because switches aren't that expensive.
Switches are core switches are very expensive. So these are they're called layer 3 switches, they can do the routing. So an inexpensive switcher would be the least expensive would be an unmanaged switch. It's kind of a dumb switch, plug it in, you can't control it or do anything with it. We don't have any of those. Then the next step would be layer 2 switches, which is non-routing. They can be configured, but they can't exchange data with each other among itself. And then these are layer 3 switches because they're core switches. They're a little bit more robust than some of our other layer 3 switches. These will have redundant power supplies. They're just a little bit faster.
So how many are we getting? Is it
5 in public safety. 5 in public safety. And then
2 here, you said?
we're gonna be moving to the library, so 2 here, 5 public safety, 2 here. And
So
then
7 total switches?
correct.
And that includes the installation?
Includes the installation and the fiber optic G-Bits, they call them. So they're like little, it's where the fiber actually plugs into the adapter, which plugs into the switch.
Any questions? Any questions from the audience?
And I don't know if I said it enough, this was, funds for this were approved at our last town meeting, the capital letter.
Do we do any television stuff over that? Any cable stuff?
Public safety,
No, just, we have a lot of money in our cable phone. Is there any way to allocate some of that to it, I wonder? But you should think about that in the future, if we we can use money from the cable fund if it has any connection with, for instance, filming of shows or.
It could be, I know that there's a fiber that was installed by Comcast as an origination point at public safety and at the library. We could use it, I don't know the other end of it, I don't know what would be connected into it, I mean, that's something that I could have a conversation with Seth about, but at the top of mind, nothing comes.
Yeah, I mean, just keep in mind as we do projects, if it has any sort of cable, functionality to it, we could probably justify using some of those funds for
Sure.
portion.
Sure.
Motion?
Sure, move to award a contract to Buyout Technology Solutions for the purchase and replacement of networking equipment in the amount not to exceed $79,191.69.
Second by Ms. Conley, further discussion, seeing none, all in favor? Aye, it's unanimous, 0. Thanks for coming in, Mike.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night. All right, Cory. How are you? Good. So for 200 grand, you're gonna fill that whole beach up with sand, right up below the wall?
Well, we can talk about what is actually involved. This is just to conduct a final design, and do some outreach and do the, develop the construction specifications for the beach nourishment project. But it'll span from, we're hoping that it'll eventually span from the entrance at Bailey's Causeway, that ramp all the way down past the Surfside entrance. So this has been an ongoing project that's been kind of in the works for over 10 years. We had permits that actually expired this year that I had to renew them. We were successful in renewing them, and but we've been applying for grants for over 10 years now for this project. This year we were actually successful, we received $2 million roughly from the Coastal Zone Management Program. So it'll be 2 contracts. This initial one will be for just the design, final design, and figuring out how much material we can actually get. And then the final contract will be for the rest of the grant money that we have, and that will be for actually hauling it, placing it, and shaping it on the beach.
I'll ask the 2 obvious questions. Didn't we already do this? Like, the plan was already done, what do we have to
There was a preliminary plan that was done for permitting purposes, but it wasn't like the final design with the engineering specifications that we need in order to go out to bid for it.
So we're paying someone $250,000 to tell us how many trucks of sand we need to fill the beach?
Well, yes, in a sense, it's a mixed sediment, it's a little more complicated than it seems.
I don't know.
I know, so it's mixed sediment, so it's not gonna be just, really nice sand. It's gonna be a little bit of a mix of cobble and gravel and sand. So, since it's gonna be from an upland source, there's multiple sources that it might come from, that it has to be blended on site into this, material that we're gonna be placing on the beach. And it has to be at a certain elevation in order to protect the seawall and provide flood protection. It has to be graded and shaped according to an engineered design.
For $237,000.
Yes, and
I
then
know
there's.
you're not kidding, these numbers always baffle me. Okay, I'll ask the second question. Is the grant money paying for this, the 2 million?
Yes.
I mean, the 200?
Yes.
And with the leftover 1.7, how much material are we actually gonna get?
We're not exactly sure yet, I think, is Sean here?
Yes.
Sean, do you happen to know how much we get?
What we'll end up doing is backing into it based on the 1.7 that's left. The overall estimate is 12 million, but that was for the complete permitted project, so that'll hold. In fact, the Corps extended that to 2027. So we won't have to worry about that if we continue to go for these green grants for material.
So the material at the beginning was gonna go up about 6 feet from the top of the wall.
It was in the range of 12 from the beach up. I don't know what that would put the top of the wall down. For 100 feet out, and then it would taper down to mean low, almost 200 feet. So almost 300 feet of changed beach.
So do you think we're gonna get about 1/6 of that? Is that what?
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're gonna do with the design engineer. Do we not go 100 and do we go 50, and will that let us go farther? And do we still expect the 6 to 10 year lifespan out of it? Or do we build the 100 and the 200 with the 2 million or shy of and expect to get the same life out of it?
All right, I'll open it up for better questions. More?
Well, if it's not, I share some concern, but not as much. I'd like to have a better understanding as to how much fortification it's actually gonna give to the wall, if we're only getting a sixth of what they told us 10 years ago we needed, because in my mind, it's probably in worse condition now than it was 10 years ago. So if they're looking right at the design again, and I understand that too, right, because there's been different erosion probably
Right.
since they looked at it 10 years ago. That makes sense to me why they have to look at it again. I'm very grateful for the grant, I just hope that would be mindful of how much that grant can really cover. Like you said, many of us were here 10 years ago when we started this, so, and it's so frustrating to spend $500,000 on permitting, to do anything, so congratulations for getting that renewed, that's great.
There's expected to be quite a few public outreach meetings too. So maybe we can revisit some of these.
Yeah,
the
and I
board
think you
when we
need to
get
make sure
there.
you have a board member there as well with those, just because I will tell you right now, when you start talking about cobble on Lion Beach, it's a big education process. Big, long, in depth, because people want the beach to be smooth and not ruined, so just.
Right.
Been there, done that, in Hummerock for 3 years, so happy to help. Just trying to set expectations so we go forward with this, whether it be a success or, I'm just of the mind to do it, or go do it all, but.
CCM
It's
was adamant
complicated.
about involving the public. into
Oh, yeah, well,
what's
they
gonna
were there
happen,
in the meeting of Hummerock too.
Right, and they went through this.
To no
in
avail,
Windsor,
yeah.
too.
I mean, the good news is we don't need easements. So,
Correct.
that's the plus.
I guess kind of piggyback on that, and I guess I'll continue kind of a dumb question. Or if you could wave a magic wand, we're talking about do it right or not do it at all. I know you've been thrust, this is kind of in the middle of this whole, program, you're kind of in the middle trying to get this across the finish line. Beach nourishment, what we're trying to do over in Minot, forget the permits, forget it, what would you do? What does the science tell us, what's the best way to protect the wall, protect the beach? How would you, as a professional, ensure?
We've done a number of studies over the years, and in 2016, we paid a lot of money, the town paid a lot of money for a study to come up with recommendations for every segment of the shoreline. And this was what the recommended action was, to do beach nourishment, to protect the seawall from being undermined, because once it's undermined, it's at risk of failure. And also to absorb wave energy, because at high tide, there's no beach left. There's no beach at high tide. So if there is a beach there and it can absorb wave energy at high tide, then it prevents additional damage from occurring to the wall and stairs that were just repaired, et cetera. So I think beach nourishment is the best thing to
to do otherwise.
We're at risk
Again, I wanna go back to the, right, are we doing what we can, what you've seen? It's the confidence that we're moving forward in the proper way. I wanted to get that. But it seems like you're confident.
I mean, I think you bring up a good point. Has any of the solutions and the technology changed in 10 years? I mean, that was CCM's opinion in 2016, right? And obviously, we get new information and new technologies. And I don't want to pay to have it completely reevaluated. They're confident that it's still the best solution, that there's not another one out there, or we're just digging our heels in the sand on something that we were told in 2016, right? I don't know.
They're doing this in Plymouth and Marshfield, New Duxbury, right?
Today? Okay. So they're still
They
behind
just finished
this as a
permitting
solution.
Plymouth. They hope to do it next year.
I won't repeat what other people have said. Obviously, one of the concerns is that you put whatever you're putting down, we don't want to see a repeat of what happened to us at Egypt Beach, for example. And what people's expectations are versus what they get is different. And obviously where that beach is located, where the winds go, that whatever we put there, unless we glue it, is going down the coast. It might wind up in Sand Hills. It could wind up down in Marshfield, Wrexham, which is a beautiful beach. Could wind up down in Duxbury. It's hard to see other than the fact that it is important to shore up that wall, clearly. So I just wish there were another way other than something so impermanent, but I do know that the state is not allowing a lot of permanent structures to be, certainly they're not letting new building, but, you know, just as importantly, I think that we have to listen. If they're giving us a grant, they must have some confidence that this is a partial solution. But I will ask, I thought we got to the point where we actually were out looking for sand. And rumor had it that we were getting it from the Scituate River, I think up in Portsmouth. And then all of a sudden it disappeared. And then within the past year, I heard this crazy rumor that Nantasket got the sand that we were supposed to get from somewhere else. So there's a lot of like misinformation floating around out there.
Might be because the permit expired, right? When did
No,
the
there was sand we
permit
were
expire?
supposed to get and another, it ended up going somewhere else. Because it has to be this certain mixture.
Right.
I was
It was
suspecting
Piscataway,
of it.
yeah. But, you know, I think what has to be done, but it's just disappointing to think that it's gonna last maybe 10 years, probably less.
Go to Egypt.
Back to-
I don't go there.
Or it might not, it might go, who knows where it's gonna go. Anyway, I just wish it could come up from Duxbury Beach this way.
Just a couple of things, I think you covered a lot of it. I will point out that it is engineering too, Humphrey, it's part of engineering. We've already had undermining of the wall at the pocket park at Bailey's Causeway. It's real, I mean, it needs to be shored up there. I too had the same concerns, like this is a $12 million project, we're throwing $2 million at it. Is that wasteful? I mean, I don't wanna be pitting on Pound Village, but I think that we have been demonstrable in there. It was identified in 2016, it's been confirmed with every storm that needs to be reinforced or we're gonna lose Glades Road. I mean, it really is embedded well. I think setting the expectations is gonna be key. Question for me is, I assume in the engineering design that our brand new shiny stairs to get down to the beach will be considered. So if you, for example, if for some reason where the stairs are, it's, 5 foot of material is put, that would give consideration to the design that when you come down, whatever stairs you can get down, you can still cross over. Just be mindful of that because that would not be a very good thing. And the last question is, I think it's kind of alluded to, is the source material. How much confidence do we have we're gonna find approved material, and do we have any sense of where that, because that was always in the rough, right? Is that very particular about what we can put there. What can you tell us at this point, if anything, about source material? You're both looking at each other.
I didn't want to step on. The design engineer has used similar sources in Carver and Plymouth.
And where?
Carver and Plymouth.
Yeah.
But he does think it's going to be multiple sources, where you have a lot of the larger gravel, cobblestone at one place and the finer sands in another. And that'll be mixed. And they want you to mix it before you put it in the truck and bring it here. They don't want you to mix it on the beach. So they want it to have some resemblance of finished product before it even shows up. We did talk through a little bit of that with CCM, because they're involved in helping us draft the RFP. It was a particular type of beach nourishment project, like Winthrop or Plymouth is going through, which they're calling mixed sediment. Maybe they'll change that name because it is a little deceiving with beach nourishment and the fines, that people are expecting.
Yeah, the more images we can show of what kind of product we look at, the better we'll be
Right.
in letting folks know what to expect.
I'll just add to that. We told people that there was gonna be a sandy beach for them to go recreational. So it cannot look like what we just did at beach. Right. So I think it really needs to be clear in terms of what that is gonna look like. Because if you're just gonna fortify it with rocks, that's not what we signed up for. That's not what I don't think that's what the residents are expecting. So to Karen and Karen's point, we need to know what it's gonna look like before you start dumping it on. And it does have to be the same.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
Can we see what Winthrop looks like now too? Because we had early stage Winthrop photos, I think a year after they did the original nourishment, and now that it's been 10 years later, it'd be really interesting to see that and see if it has changed, because that'll really help the cause. If it
I
has,
think with that big jetty
yeah, but
They
they
have some
also did a lot of.
breakwaters up in front of it.
Yeah, they did that as well.
It is northeast facing, right? That is where they get their waves of wind from. But sure.
So how do we proceed? So we're cautiously supportive because we really want to know, we don't want to go too far down this path if the project is going to be what we didn't think it was going to be. So
Well, how long do we have to sit on $2 million? Probably not. I think we gotta move on that.
So do you guys think you can get something back from the engineers that are going to describe what it's going to look like?
I was just gonna suggest that they have a gradation that they spec and it's supposed to match what's out there. That's how the designs work. But a bucket of what we'd like to put out there is probably the way to go before we go too far. It is an extended grant. I almost think that the construction 23 wouldn't happen until 24 anyway, so it's not too tight. It is outlined. We do have all the steps planned for it. But when we have a kickoff meeting with the design engineer, maybe we start right there with his gradation. I understand his numbers and what the sieves and where it could go and whether he heads towards the finer side or the cobbly side in a range that they've shown in the permit design. But you can get an actual sample of that.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine the lower part will need to be fortification and probably more rocky, but the top has got to be recreational sand.
Right. And I don't know if it'll stay
Yeah.
or will it
Well,
sift its
yeah.
way through or, good questions.
But do we want to proceed and approve the motion for $237,000 with the caveat that you come back to us before we get too deep into it? And understanding what it's going to be.
We need to spend the money to have the details, so they can know that they can. But
I
that
think
will,
they probably have a sense now.
yeah, we have a sense of that, and I'm comfortable going to that.
Nancy?
I just wanted to let you know that the reason we didn't get the Piscataqua River sand was because we were waiting for an Army Corps of Engineers grant. And 2 years in a row, the Army Corps of Engineers didn't get funding, so we didn't get the funding and held up permits.
Okay,
Great old email from Nancy Drift.
any questions from the audience?
However, $14 in your place. People need to know it's not gonna look like 378. That's what people always want.
I'm sorry, not gonna look like what?
1978.
Oh, right.
And that's what people think is gonna happen, and that's unfortunately not gonna happen. So I think that that's the expectation that you have to tell people. We can rebuild a quick hotel, big apples too, but you know.
Also, I don't think of this as some, I think nourishment is not the word we use. It's
Yeah.
reinforcement. At this point.
Well, nourishment was the word we used way back when.
No, I know, I
So-
mean, when we had a $12 million project.
Right.
But to me, unless I'm misunderstanding this project at 2 million is really to reinforce the most wall.
Well, this is only, from my understanding, is phase one of the $12 million project. I mean, the goal is to get
Right.
the grants over the next 6 or 4 years to do the full 12.
So we get to it.
All right, can I have a motion with,
Move that the select board award the contract for the engineering design of the North Situate Beach Nourishment Project to Sustainable Coastal Solutions, Falmouth, Mass. For $237,890.
second one, Ms. Kern, further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye, it's unanimous, and if you can just have them come in and talk to us before we get too deep into it, so we understand what the scope is. Thanks.
Thank you.
So before we go to the next project, I just have a question. Are you Sam and Cole?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna do you a big favor. You have to sit here for 2 hours talking about zoning articles. If you guys want to, if you want to stay, you can, educational, but if you want to come up and talk about oysters for a couple of minutes, we can do that.
Nice.
Thank you.
And then they'll choose to stay for the rest of the year.
Yeah, Steph. There you go.
We can just go to the next slide, actually. Do we control it, or?
You can just ask, just tell them.
He'll control it, you just tell
Steph, can
me.
you
So
say
what
next
magic?
slide?
Thank you, Seth.
There you go.
Yeah.
The Wizard of
All right,
Oz.
So I'm Cole. We've grown up boating on the North River. We're from Norwell. I actually worked at Rome Marine, but we love going to the Spit. It's our place to go. I'm sure you guys have been to the Spit. And this summer we thought of the idea to sell some oysters.
Yep, so I'm Sam Tusha, along with my friend Cole Berglund and brother Eddie Tusha, who could not make it today. We're proposing to you all to sell fresh local oysters to beachgoers in Scituate out of our boat. My brother Eddie Tusha worked on an oyster farm for 7 years, and Cole works for a Marine, been on the water his whole life, and me as well.
So for where we're hoping to sell the oysters out of our boat to people at the Spit. And our boat will be anchored at a central beach location, accessible for everyone at the Spit to buy our oysters. And we're gonna anchor in shallow waters to avoid busy channel. So we'll be targeting customers on foot to avoid waterway traffic.
Our method for selling these oysters, so we're gonna be driving our 18-foot Parker, where we park at Rope Marine to the Spit and set anchor at some central location. Essentially, it's gonna be a floating oyster vendor. We're gonna have people come to us, place orders, and first come, first served. So once you're on the oysters, we're gonna be done for the day. We're also gonna be purchasing our oysters from some local wholesaler in Duxbury, early mornings on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays to ensure the most fresh oysters we can possibly get.
And we've been in communication with Joe Murphy on the Board of Health. It's just some safety protocols just to talk about right now. So Eddie's pretty experienced because he worked on the oyster farm for 7 years for Duxbury Prime. He's a wholesaler that we'll be hopefully working with. So the oysters will be held in an ice slurry instead of coolers, which is the best way to keep them fresh. And then when customers come and order our oysters, we'll take them out of this. They'll stay in the slurry until they're ordered. And we will be disposing of oyster shells that when we shop the oysters in front of our customers in our trash can on the boat to keep the mess to ourselves. We'll be wearing gloves when chucking the oysters to keep our hands safe and keep our germs away from the oysters. And we'll be acquiring a food management certificate and an allergy training course, which
I'm especially sensitive to since I have a napkin.
Why we decided to propose this to you all today, it's gonna offer the beachgoers some food and water options without the burden of packing it themselves. It adds to the experience as we talked about to attending Spit and obviously supporting local oyster wholesalers in the South Shore region. We want to integrate our passions for boating and fishing with our entrepreneurial opportunities. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for coming in. We'd love to see young entrepreneurs come in before us. You may know that someone came before us a little while ago to sell sandwiches out of the Spit, and we had some issues with that. So I'll open it up to discussion and then we can see where we go from there.
They actually wanted to sell oysters as well.
The other people do too, yeah, they, other things as well, I think. Anyone want to start off the discussion? Go ahead.
But just a couple of background questions. So have you thought about hours of operation, that kind of stuff? What are you thinking?
Yep, so we talked about for Fridays, it's gonna be most likely the afternoon because we're gonna have jobs during the week. And then Saturdays and Sundays, we're gonna be picking up these oysters as early as possible in the morning to get as much as possible, and then hopefully be out in the Spit from to 9 until hopefully we sell out for the day.
So, oysters tonight? So a couple, have you had any input from the harbor master or the police details about this? Have you presented this to them?
We have not talked with the harbor masters. The way that we saw it, as we mentioned, if it's on the beach, obviously the harbor masters would be involved, we should talk to them, but I feel like if we're anchored on the beach and selling our boat, but in shallow waters, I wouldn't be really disturbing anyone in the channel. So I feel like it wouldn't really create any traffic for the harbor masters. As a safety standpoint, I understand why we should go.
I mean, one of the other, you guys are experienced with the other applicant, we know how treacherous it is out there. That's one of our big concerns is, I don't want people waiting out on there, adding more safety issues, that's a concern. And then, and insurance, have you looked into what that's gonna require that the business should do? Do something like this, have you looked into that piece of it?
We haven't looked into it yet, no, but that's why we just came to the proposal and we were gonna talk to some sort of lawyers to know about what the safety protocols and insurance wise would be regarding selling oysters or selling shellfish.
Well, I'm more concerned with the location.
The location.
Yeah, so I'm all for the entrepreneurialism, I think it's great. Kids always wanted to do hot dog vending on beaches.
Yeah.
I've been through this with them, but you go out, you anchor, Mrs. Smith and her daughter comes wading out to get oysters and somebody slips on the boat. That's a real concern, especially in that location. So that's something you really should have that question.
Anything to add?
No, other than the fact that it is a dangerous location, and I think that's the reason why we're not, we didn't get a chance to disapprove the other, but we were discouraging them because it is really dangerous there, so. I understand, but and congratulations for thinking about it, but I would have to say that I'm not really a fan of having any businesses out there. And it is environmentally sensitive out there as well. I grant you, you're doing oysters, but it's still.
I'd love to see it taken into the harbor, where it's safer, you go to the harbors around the East Coast, and they've got a lot of different, sandwich boats and things that travel and visit the different, anchors and moorings, and make it a much safer venue, because I think it's a great idea. And just to echo, safety at the Spit is our number one concern, even though you're gonna be anchored there. We don't know tide comes in and out, I just think it's a recipe for a disaster, and I can't even imagine shucking while I shucked in college. So I have to tell you, doing that on a boat that's bouncing and moving, and I just worry for your safety as well when you have the gloves on. So I'd love to see you do it in a calmer area, the harbor. Come back and really think about that and be a purveyor in the harbors, I think you'd be tremendously successful. You can get your boat out around easily, right?
I guess I'm more open to this proposal than the last proposal because of the shallow water anchoring. And you've actually been out there. the last gentleman, to my knowledge, had never once been there. And then going on foot as your kind of your target audience. So I feel better about it. I guess our concern is we don't want to get the text at 6 o'clock at night from our master. Guess what? And I guess it's also, I mean, that's risk reward for an entrepreneur, right? Like how does I feel better about it? But I'm nervous. But should my nerves be stopping someone who wants to serve a business?
You guys mentioned like the safety concerns, and so we're definitely obviously targeting customers on foot, and we don't want to dock up really, like have boats come to us, we want them to be docked at their own place, the way that they go to the spit as they do, and then walk to us. And you mentioned, so what is your biggest concern, like you said, getting the text, like you're mostly afraid of an accident, like someone being injured at the spit, like what like a concern?
Let me explain what your operation is again. Are you gonna take your boat and bring it up on the beach?
So we're gonna take our boat, dock it. If it was a high tide, we target the main beach that everyone is always open, even at high tide, and then maybe at lower tide where it's either ankle deep water or my boat's a small 18-foot Parker, so we can bring it, beach it right on the water, right at the shore. So we'd be walking up to my boat and or our boat, and then they wouldn't get in their boat or anything. They would just, it's basically like a food truck boat. They'd come, order the oysters. We'd be on the boat, have all of our stuff set up there. They'd see us shucking oysters in front of them. They stay off the boat.
So you've been out to the spit, you know when the tide changes, it's chaos. Everyone's going to get their lines, they're all crossing, people are moving their boats out, people are hitting each other, you know.
Yes.
And that's what, you know, like, if you told me, hey, my boat is just getting me to the beach, and I'm gonna get off my boat, I'm gonna go onto the sand, and I have this nice little cooler that I've got with me, and I've got a table, and I'm gonna sit on the beach and do it that way, then that would be something that I would consider. But if you're gonna do anything on the water, then I think it's just, it's too high of a risk for us to do it for not only you, but the patrons, right? Someone coming out to you to get oysters, they fall, they hit the head of your bed, I mean, they slip, they cut their hand on an oyster, you know, whatever it happens to be. If you took it away from the water, as Maura was saying, or a calm water, then I think, in my opinion, I would be more supportive of it. But if you're gonna do anything from a boat on the spit, it's just too risky for us as a town, for not only you, but our residents to get involved in. So, so that's my thought. If you came back with another pro, I don't even know if you could do that, if you could actually house an operation on the sand. I would
Like
ask.
conservation.
Yeah. But that's my thought. I like the idea. I mean, it's I would eat oysters, you know. But I think it's too dangerous to be operating from a boat in that location.
Are you open to the harbor model?
We definitely think about it. I think we just the way that we picture the spit, like we keep our boat right around marine. It seems so simple an idea to us and convenient. And I understand these safety concerns. I do like your advice about maybe taking it away from the boat.
Any other comments?
I still think there are environmental concerns that, that's a fragile area. And I think any disturbance out there would disturb, frankly, a lot of people in town.
That is a lot of the workers.
Right. We can we have food truck vendors that use public parking lots to give them. No, I know we're not.
A barrier beach with wildlife and tides, and it's an important area. So I don't think the parking lot is a good analogy.
So my sense is that we're not in support of it happening from a boat at the spit. Is that just some nods? I mean, I just wanna
Yeah.
say, go back to your business plan.
Yeah.
And if you can come back with some other model that is safer in our eyes, then we'll listen to it again, see if we're supportive of it. But I think, that location is not the best place for it.
I'd like to go on there, I don't want any businesses out of this bit. That's my,
And if you did wanna do a business on the spit, you'd really have to talk to other boards, you know, you'd have to talk to conservation, we'd actually have to talk to, I don't even know, Lorraine.
Waterways,
Yeah.
conservation, Board of Health, you need a hawker peddler license, you need a
Yeah.
shellfish food license, a lot of licenses, a lot of boards. Which, you know, I don't wanna discourage it.
I know, yeah, we
It's just-
started talking with the Board of Health and they were actually really liked the idea, and they did say we'd have to get a lot of licenses, stuff like that. So we were just, this is just a proposal, just,
Well, so I think what we're saying is,
Honestly,
hey, we support your idea
spot.
in your thought of starting a small business that could be successful here. Work it, take our advice here and work it through a little bit more, and you find another plan that you think will work, then come back with the sense I'm getting, yeah.
Is there something, sorry, is there somewhere to get an EDC or some other business folks in town that we could talk to them and mentor kind of,
Oh, I'm sure there are, yeah.
get them in touch, they seem like they're trying to do the right thing.
I think Mr. Davenport would be a good person to talk to. Who was a former Shellfish Advisory member and a career oyster.
Joby at Mulaney's,
And
real good resource to talk to.
Joe being the perfect person to talk to.
and for the conservation and outside of spit, so would you be more inclined to accept it if it was at a beach like Haiti, or is that a concern for you?
more of a concern for me out of spit, really, it is. And we just managed to get the shellfish beds partially reopened out there after a couple of years of real struggle with the state. And so, you know, and this is a little, maybe not quite on topic, but to be selling oysters in that area where it's a recreational shellfish area and you're not allowed to sell to the public, I think there could be some confusion out there as to who's selling what and where they come from and so. But I just, this bid is to me,
Great, well, thanks for coming in, rework it, and if you feel that there's another opportunity in town, come back before us.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Good idea.
Stay on.
Okay, the next topic we're gonna discuss, Karen Joseph, town planner, is gonna talk to us about housing and community development with the MBTA communities. You can all, Patricia, come on up.
Good evening. So with me tonight, I have Patty Lambert, the chair of the planning board, Shelley Young, the planning board assistant, and Corey Miles, the coastal resource officer. And the reason why Corey and Shari are here is just in case we need some background information. But Corey has been doing GIS for the compliance model, with the assistance of Shari and I interpreting what we're reading from the state information. But as we only have one GIS license for the town, and Corey's the only one with it on her computer, Jim authorized Corey to help us.
Great.
So that's why we've all been working together. So I was asked before the select board on March 15, 2022 to advise that the acts of 2020 was added a new section 3A to the zoning act requiring MBTA communities to have a zoning district with multifamily zoning permitted by right along with other requirements. If the town does not comply, the town is not eligible for housing choice initiative grants, local capital fund projects grants, and Mass Works infrastructure grants. And so I have been directed by the TA that at this point in time, we want to keep that option open to the town. Planning submitted the required form for 2022 and thus complied for 2022. We told you we would keep you informed about what's going on, so here we're back. An action plan must be submitted to DHCD by January 31st, 2023 with the compliance model. The compliance model came out at the end of November. Full compliance for commuter rail communities is due December 31st, 2024. The compliance model requires testing of our multifamily districts to see if the town has the 1,239 required units for Scituate and the minimum land area of 50 acres. So up on the board is the Greenbush BCN. The NDTV district in Greenbush is currently zoned for a density of 16 units per acre by right and 36 by special permit. We've calculated it to be 12.7 acres and having unit capacity of 145. 145. North Scituate Outer Village is currently zoned for a density of 15 units per acre by right and 24 by special permit. It is 21.5 acres and has a unit capacity of 465.
Zach, can you flip it to the North Scituate? Thank you.
So the Outer Village, okay? The two districts already zoned total 34.2 acres with a capacity of 610 units. This means Scituate needs a zoning change to achieve the required unit count and acreage. Right now, we've been working with the compliance model, so we've tested the NTDB district, the North Scituate Outer Vision, and we've tested some other districts, okay? The North River Neighborhood District, can you go back to Greenbush, please? The North River Residential Neighborhood District is a multifamily district already zoned at 12 units by right, 24 by special permit. We think
What color, are you talking about the brown on the bottom?
the yellow,
The
yellow.
That
Yeah, the large.
Yeah, we think there's a potential for 625 units on 32.1 acreage. That would get the town to 1,235 with a zoning change. We've tested the GVC in Greenbush Village Center. That would add, that's already zoned at 12 units per acre, 24 by special permit. That would add 341 units. Adding the GVC alone will not bring the town into compliance. Large areas in the GVC, which you can see are the darker gray area, are going to be in excluded land because it's Zone A. Zone A is public, it's drinking water supply. The GBD, the GWB district, Gateway Business, that's already zoned at 12 units per acre by right, 24 by special permit. We think there's potential to add 438 units. But again, adding the GWB alone is not going to help the town. And again, there's a lot of excluded area because of salt marsh tidelands, floodplain. North Scituate Village Center, is not even zoned for, it's not zoned for multifamily. It's zoned for mixed use because that's when we redid the zoning, everybody wanted the mixed use because you want a vibrant downtown when that gets redeveloped. So we believe we should leave the zoning as is there. So essentially, it's up to the town over the next 2 years to decide what the next steps to take to bring the town into compliance. We will have 3 town meetings, because we can't count the spring town meeting, to bring zoning changes. We have fall of '23, spring of '24, and fall of '24. Now, again, this is just, you have to zone for it. You don't actually have to build the units. The state is saying that we have a housing crisis, but we don't actually have to build the units. What we may have to do is change the density in some of our districts and not by much. We met with MAPC today. MAPC is the one who helped us develop our zoning for North Scituate. They're going to be reviewing our data and plugging into our data into the compliance model and telling us where they think we stand, and we're going to be comparing numbers. They're going to be doing it at no cost to the town of Scituate because they believe they're doing some community testing with no charge. They believe that we are practically there. And so they're going to be doing this for other towns, both as part of grant programs, and they believe that it's worthwhile investment. So we've been regularly meeting with Jim and keeping him informed every step of the way. The problem is the compliance model didn't come out till a month after it said it would. And we've had an email into DHCD for over a month now because certain numbers we don't think they're showing up properly in the model. But to the best of our knowledge right now, we think that potentially what we're going to write in the action plan is to rezone the North River Neighborhood District, taking it from 12 units, which we already have by right, to 15 units by right, which is what they want you to have.
Can you, I can't see the map that well, can you just tell us by color what you're suggesting?
The North River, the gold,
Yep.
the gold one, that's already zoned at 12 units by right.
So that's James Landing,
That's right, it's already built up, it's got multifamily housing in it, it's already sewer. Where we want to change that potentially from 12 units by right to 15 units by right to if the state agrees that will bring us into compliance.
But is there even any space to build anything? No.
You don't have to build it.
Right, well, I understand that you don't have to, but,
build it, no.
well, it's future
not,
generation, like someone buys James Landing.
It's the
and not
Boston
take that.
Museum and Insurance Company might be the question.
No, but I'm saying changing that zoning is a future generation situation.
right, because nobody's gonna redevelop the Riverway right away, nobody's gonna redevelop the life care right away. I mean,
James Landing.
James Landing, it's not looking like it would be redeveloped right away.
So that changing that section to 15 would get us how much closer? Is that the?
We think that based on the numbers we came up with, we think that would get us a potential for 625 units added to the units that we already have in the NDTV and the North Scituate Outer Village. We think that would get us 1,235, which for sure, 1,239. I can't see where the state would say, no, that's not going to fly for 4 units.
Do you want to answer, is there more? Do you want to answer some questions now? Is that your?
That's the presentation. We're
Okay.
just giving you the basic facts. We have to submit the action plan, and they really don't want you to submit unless the compliance model is compliant. But, you know, we'll submit something to meet the deadline
Right.
so that we can qualify hopefully for 2023.
Patricia, you started to go into some detail, so we all know that that area already has stuff on it. What could potentially a developer come in and do on that land if we made that change?
The only thing that's available is the insurance company in the last second. I mean, that's really the only open space. Maybe that's empty space in front of the river.
They could do a multifamily building. And so a multifamily building would have to comply with the current VCN zoning. So, a lot of what's being shown to us right now in the planning board is mostly 3-story buildings with just multifamily units.
So similar to the one on 3A.
All right, that's a 40B, but similar to that.
Structure-wise, that's
Structure-wise,
the risk
similar.
of something like that going in there.
Similar to the Drew property, that's being developed as mixed use, but multifamily.
So what currently exists, we can count.
It's not about what currently exists, it's about unit capacity. So based on the acreage, what we put in, it's based on unit capacity, not what currently exists.
But you could put on.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, do we have to find space for 1,200 additional?
No, you just have to zone. You just have to zone.
Okay, so,
Very political
okay.
speak, yeah, that's very political. You don't have to build it, but we have to know you have the capacity to build there.
Let her get her question in.
but, so, if a developer knows that now we're zoned for this versus what we're zoned for now, could somebody come in and say, I'm going to buy the Driftway Medical Building, I'm going to buy the insurance company, I'm going to buy the whatever else is down there, and put 600, how many net more units per acre? Is that the question that we have to zone for? I mean, could we wind up with, we'll use the the 3A project as something that everybody hates. Could we wind up with a series of those
We could,
in the future?
and we already have that allowed in our zoning. But there has to be a supply and demand need, and so somebody has to have land available to sell for somebody to build something on. Like, right now, we have a couple projects before the planning board for, mixed use in this area. Because they want mixed use, it has residential units on the upper floors, but the lower floors are mixed use. You can't count mixed use buildings in our calculations
So you can't even count the units that are above the street level.
right now. But it's based on a capacity of what the land could hold. And so Scituate is already, basically, we've done zoning in North Scituate and in Greenbush, and we put in criteria that the townspeople have voted on that is what we want.
Right.
And it has components of mixed use and multifamily. Which the mixed use, of course, is gonna bring business in as well. So you want people there who will support the business. But, I mean, if somebody could buy a vacant piece of land and put in,
The sanctuary.
yes.
All right.
My question to the state is that right now, if we do verbiage, they say we can't use mixed use. When I read the regulation, I think we can. It's the way it's interpreted. So that's what we have out there. What is the interpretation?
Right. So my last question is, so for example, the Drew project. Does
Has
that,
enough units.
that has enough units?
It
Doesn't
doesn't
matter.
matter, it doesn't
The fact
matter how
that
many
you put
units.
70 there, but they could have been zoned to put 400, and the 400 is the number that counts.
Right, the unit capacity is the number that counts in the formula. So if currently there's going to be 78 residential units at the Drew property, if that's what's there, that's
Right.
what's gonna be there when it opens this spring, summer. The unit capacity could come up as 150. The 150 is what they count in the model.
So the Drew company, in order for, you would have to build up, right? If you wanted to have the right number of units in capacity at the Drew, we'd have to have different height limits, yes? I guess I'm not understanding.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah,
Because I think I'm the same.
yes.
No, go ahead.
So what I see, just I need to understand better too, right? I totally understand it's capacity by acreage, got that. We don't need to re-argue that, got that. But does it put us at a risk for the developers? Is this what you're asking? Like, does it put us at a risk for the developers to go back and make the projects that are there today even bigger now that we're rezoning for larger capacity? Is that what you?
I don't think so, because we have several projects before the planning board right now, and the limitations are the limitations. Is there really a big difference between 12 units by right and 15 units by right? Not really. And most of these are maxed out right now.
But why would you approve a mixed use if you're gonna move the zoning to, whatever it's called, this.
And so in the BCN, most of these districts allow multifamily or mixed use.
Right, but if you know you're gonna change it in order to meet the new state
Right
requirement.
now, the North River residential neighborhood, the GWB and the GDC, both allow mixed use and multifamily. They both allow them.
So how does that one little change in the bylaw from 12 to 15 cover that huge jump to 1,200 units?
Well, if our unit capacity calculation is correct and the acreage correct, the capacity is what we're going on. And the minimum number in these MBTA districts is supposed to be 15 units by right and a number by special permit.
I heard that, but if it's only going up 3 per acre, how does that jump? Because we're way short right now. You said there's only 145 in Greenbush.
Right, because we have it's the acreage, the expanded acreage should give us more units in the capacity. And again, we're still playing with the numbers, and hopefully MAPC is gonna help us, and, because we were telling them how the numbers aren't seeming to jive today, and they were very puzzled at that, and so, our recommendations might change in, before the 31st if we find out we're calculating something wrong. But we will submit an action plan, and it's going to have to be to modify some zoning districts.
Right.
But the action plan, of course, can be subject to change probably several times, depending on, everyone knows that town meeting might not agree with what you want to do. And so we have 3 chances to try to get into compliance.
This must be so frustrating. This is the most Beacon Hill, bunch of bureaucrats putting a circle around, getting half the Atlantic. Don't care about the building, we just care about the zoning, let's meet the numbers. You must be hitting your head against the wall.
Well, we are, because Scituate tried to do the right thing.
Yeah, that's I think it's an elegant solution. I get what you're doing down James Landing, by adding that in, very elegant, love it. The state years ago was telling us to do multi-use, and now they're telling us not to do. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm frustrated. And It's difficult, yeah. The fact that we have the Atlantic as 75 acres, whatever, that we can't even do anything.
I mean, we
is
have a
ridiculous.
lot of we have some tough area, and because we have a lot of zone A, zone 2, we have salt marsh, we have floodplain. I mean, but that's where we've
Does the
located.
state give you any sort of relief on that
Well,
type of challenge that we have?
not at this stage, we'll have to, we're, you know, if we're really close, we're gonna hope that they're gonna say, look at, we're trying to do the right thing, and we think we're really close, but we have these problems. Some of them, they don't, you know, they're trying to take into account wetlands, Title V, all that stuff, which is why they are subtracting some areas. It comes right out in your model that it's subtracted.
And so you know that this is the same mandate for the entire state. So it's not specific to just us. So it's not like Medford, you know, we're not. So that's what's frustrating is how can we match what's uptown? Unless we put boats on the river, we're never gonna have enough.
So Karen, is the zone A stuff is shaded, right?
It's, all the excluded land is shaded dark,
Right, and that acreage is not able to be used in our calculation.
right? And so, but we, like I said, we're still trying to confirm some numbers. So our numbers may change a little bit based on excluded land. But this is where we are, and, you know, we will be submitting some type of action plan to meet the deadline. And at the moment, this is what we think, should it bear out to be true, the best solution to the problem.
Did you have any comments?
Just an observation, I think the work is amazing, we have to do it, and we have so much opportunity for grants that we can't not do this exercise, as frustrating as wasn't maybe the meet the goals of the state. But I do wanna just let everybody, TV land know the work that this group has done to do the zoning we have in place, which is progressive and smart and actually meets the goals the state wants, which is housing along.
Right, exactly.
We are miles ahead of a lot of other societies.
Right, and that's what MAPC told us today, we are so far ahead of other
Of
people.
actual goal.
Right, right.
So, yeah, file it, you'll keep getting grants.
So-
Can I ask this question? Are James Landing units mostly owned or are they rented? That's a little protection there too. So I'm just curious.
Yeah, I was surprised that it could possibly be solved with such a small change.
But I mean, we'll see, right.
So what I'd like to ask is when you do get the final calculations, before you submit that, if you can come back to us and just let us know what the outcome is, because it could be.
I'm not sure we're gonna have time.
We'll just say,
There's only one more meeting,
Yeah.
we can send an email, but there's only one more meeting before the 31st, one of your meetings.
Yeah.
And,
if you can, if not, just send us a note so that we
okay,
can.
and I am keeping Jim informed every step of the way, we've met with him already 3 times
Right.
on this, but we will send you an email.
Yeah, just because we'd like to know if all of a sudden that gold area is only half, they're only gonna let you count half the space,
Right,
then you're gonna have to go somewhere else.
right, then
And
we're gonna
that's-
have to go somewhere else, and we're gonna have to brainstorm about that, and so the planning board is gonna get the same presentation on Thursday night, you know, this is where we are right now. And hopefully, you know, it goes, we'll try to come up, brainstorm some other solutions.
Well, great work, you know, again, somebody alluded to, the risk is really on the next use of that property. You know, if somebody comes in and buys all James land and decides they're gonna knock it down, then they could put something larger than they could now, or that they have, so. Thank you, good job.
Thank you, Cora, thank you, Cora.
So you're gonna stay up here and go over, the zoning, thank you, Cory, the zoning bylaws, is that right? Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, so the first one is the common driveway.
All right, so we have 2 zoning bylaws for town meeting. Common
the change to the common driveway came about as we were inundated with common driveways last year. We had about 5 of them submitted all at once. And the planning board saw items that they really did not like in these common driveways. They were trying to evade certain requirements. And so the planning board decided we need to address this. We were going to do it at the fall town meeting, but we had some developers and engineers come into our public hearing last year. And, because we had a public hearing last year on this, and the planning board had a few concerns, the developers had a few concerns. We were able to, so we didn't go forward last fall. We were able to work together and iron out some of the concerns so that we had nobody in attendance at our public hearing on December 8th for the spring town meeting. So one of the big problems with the common driveway was it didn't exactly tell us where the common driveway was. We were having developers and engineers come in and say, we're gonna arbitrarily pick a point where the common driveway ends. And it wasn't always it was a lot of the times in the middle of a property. And the planning board said, no, that doesn't work. That you're saying it's common to here, but the whole rest of the property that the driveway has to go through, two owners still have to drive through that. And so it's common all the way to the next property line. So we put that definition in here. We added some.
What's the benefit of not doing that? What's the benefit of stopping at 10 feet from the property line, the common
Well, there has to be some type of turnaround, and so, we want the fire department to have a turnaround area, and,
No, why would a developer do that? Why would a developer not agree to it?
why would they wanna make it shorter? They want they wanna put the least amount of common driveway as possible, because there has to be an easement in certain rights.
Okay, so the common driveway functionality has more requirements than just a regular driveway.
Right. So that, and nobody disagreed with finally what we came up with. We put in some more housekeeping requirements of what they need to show on the plans. They were only showing, very little area. And now we said, no, you gotta show the whole lot that the common driveway is gonna impact. Because most of them are also impacted by stormwater and need a stormwater permit. And so they agreed after much discussion, you have to file your stormwater permit and your common driveway at the same time. And that we have clarified in here, because the common driveway is supposed to have drainage. And we got one last year with absolutely no drainage. And how is the planning board supposed to react to that when you know there's gonna be drainage and you know that there's gonna be drainage from the lot? We clarified more on the common driveway easement, which is already required. And we added some more requirements. And that's pretty much what we did for common driveways. And
What were the a couple of the requirements?
well, one of them required concurrence with the fire chief. Well, now we put fire department, because the deputy chief has been the one doing the correspondence, so we wanted in writing. And so we wanted utilities, snow storage areas clearly delineated. Reasonable things. We changed the length of the common driveway from 1,000 feet to 500 feet. And part of the reason why we changed that is because we thought, common driveways were too long. We brought it more in line with all the other surrounding towns in the area and more in line with the subdivision regulations.
Fire trucks have to be able to, fire hydrants should be able to get to bury ourselves. We wanted, we said drainage calculations have to be provided, we specified a little bit more on the turnarounds. We have, the stopping distances which are required, we just clarified more on that. We put a setback to property lines, which I think is a good thing. We put a dimension from an existing driveway. We said the common driveway has to be the sole means of access. We put a grade requirement on it, and we put radii at the street. So just basic requirements that we sometimes get in comments from the departments anyways, we wanted to clarify in the new language.
Any questions on the common driveway? No, seems pretty thorough.
All about health and safety.
And if I was a developer, what would be the one thing that they're pushing back the most on? Anything, or are they all?
They did not, after, we were going to change it to make all common driveways special permit. And they objected to that. So we listened to them, we listened why, and we kept it as we had it before. They didn't like some of the grade requirements. They said if the fire chief is gonna sign off and say a 10% grade is okay, that he can get a fire truck up there, well, why shouldn't we go with that? Well, the fire chief can say, fire's gonna get to a fire no matter what, but, we want the fire department to be safe as well.
The next one is parking requirements.
We decided, so most of these parking requirement changes are verbiage changes to make it easier to read for the average person. We found it a little confusing. The biggest change in here, which isn't even that much of a change, is we are potentially giving ourselves the option to have off-site parking, not just for employees. But if some property owner can meet the requirements for off-site parking, then they should be able to have off-site parking. We're trying to make it more flexible for businesses to accommodate parking.
Can you explain that?
Especially restaurants.
We had somebody come to us who said if they could find an off-site place for parking, could they do it? I said, technically, the bylaw doesn't really allow you to do that right now. And so it says you can have our off-site parking for employees. So we're just taking the for employees out, and it could be for anybody. They still would have to have their required handicap parking, et cetera, where they have to meet all that kind of information.
So you're just changing the wordage of employee. So for
Right.
instance, if TK's bought that little spot right in front of those houses there
Yeah,
on the other side, they could say that's for consumer parking as well,
right,
and they just had to follow the guidelines for
Right.
parking.
right,
Right now, it says only employees can park there.
right. And so we're just trying to make it, we're trying to give businesses, if they wanna be creative, we can be creative too. We can try to help meet their needs. Another change that we did is outdoor eating areas, outdoor cafes. We said parking is at the discretion of the planning board. Previously, we said they didn't need it. Well, now we're saying it's gonna be at the discretion of the planning board. Because if you're in a congested area, we're gonna wanna make sure you have enough parking for your outdoor eating.
So in terms of usage capacity,
Right,
you can take into consideration both inside and outside
Right.
capacity.
right. So we think it's reasonable, in a crowded case, they might say we want a space or two. In a less crowded place, all right, doesn't seem like it'll be an issue. And that's really all we did. The changes are mostly to help it read easier for interpretation.
Any questions on the parking? No? Good job,
Okay,
awesome.
thank you.
All right, any questions from the public on the bylaws that'll be on the town meeting in April? Okay, so why don't we jump into your budget?
Budget,
2 seconds before you can start, we'll be getting our books.
the budget it consists of salaries and
175.
basic supplies and minimal amount of money that we've asked for the past several years for technical services in case we need to hire consultants for any number of things, zoning bylaws, etc. So that's what the basic numbers are. You know, our accomplishments over the past year is we are implementing the new VCN for North Scituate. We're implementing projects in Green Bush. We've been working on, you know, some municipal infrastructure. We are working with the Drew Company to get their project finished. We administer approvals that the planning board does. You know, we do the agendas, we meet with the butters, we meet with new project people all the time, consultant engineers. We make recommendations on all major development applications. I staff the DRT development review team meeting once a month. All the land development boards come in and we discuss projects. We produced a lot shaped bylaw for town meeting in 2022. It was approved by the Attorney General. We've actually already used it once. When a person came in and said, I had a question, I said, are you needing this to be a developable lot? And they said, yes. I said, you need to change this small area because it's not going to meet the developable lot requirement. And they understood and they could easily do it and it worked.
Great.
We're constantly working on changes to the VCN and the setback, step back, and penthouses that were approved at the town meeting were also approved by the Attorney General. So we're in the process right now of reprinting the zoning bylaw. The master plan was updated and we are very slowly working on implementation. Our workload has just been way too busy, so that master plan kind of steps in the lower realms. We've been managing many projects out in the field, Seaside at Scituate, Curtis Estates, 48 the Driftway, 18 Ford, 485 Country Way, 6 McDonald Terrace. I go out to job sites pretty frequently. We implemented the inclusionary zoning bylaw. I work on updating the subsidized housing inventory when it's appropriate. We do many stormwater and accessory dwelling permits. And we meet anytime somebody wants to come in and talk about a new development. I'll meet with them and usually have the chair and one other member. Sometimes we have 3 or 4 meetings before they even file with the planning board. And sometimes we bring them to DRT and have all the department heads kind of do a presentation to get comments as well.
Great. 2 quick questions. One, if you had to pick your one biggest goal you want to accomplish over the next year, what is it?
Well, it's the MBTA compliance,
Right.
and we're going to be working on accessory dwelling bylaw rewrite.
And the last thing I'm going to ask is, you mentioned you're so busy, looking at your in your budget, as you mentioned, it's rather scarce, you know, $267,000. And it's you, secretary, and a vacant position.
Correct.
So what are your, I think the sense of the board is some of our departments need a little bit more help. Is that, obviously, if I said you need another person, you'd say yes.
We
But
didn't
what-
ask for any additional help this year because essentially we got the feeling that we weren't going to get it. Other people need more help than we need help. The thing that mostly suffers is enforcement. It's, you know, I try to do the enforcement of what I can enforce. And mind you, over the course of 4 years, Seaside at Scituate was given 32 violations and they paid them all. So, I mean, we try to be out in the field enforcing stormwater and the permits that the town planner is allowed to enforce.
So if you had a new position, you would try and bulk up your enforcement, it would be an enforcement officer.
It would probably be enforcement mostly, yeah. I mean, we did think about that last year, but we just realized it's not gonna be.
And is that just someone with boots on the ground, going to projects, looking at, and what?
Yeah, I mean, it's keeping track of the permits and, you know, going out.
Reading the decisions, making sure everything in the decision is enforced.
Very similar probably to our conservation, what we asked for last year, conservation suffers with enforcement too. It's a tough area.
And that will ever be combined, like an enforcement officer that looks at both conservation and planning.
That's
Is that a
That's what we
expertise
asked
that might
for.
be out there?
I think that is potentially an expertise that might be out there, yeah.
I think.
Andrew?
So there's a fine, enforcement, there's a fine, what's a typical fine? $100, $1,000?
On a stormwater permit, for the first violation, we can charge 100, second violation, 200, third violation, 300. So most of the ones after the third violation on Seaside, 300. And it got to the point on Seaside where if silty water is flowing off site in 3 different places, you're fined 3 times.
Yeah, I was trying to see if there's any.
Right.
Scenic,
Or at least in case we're at, right, or something.
Scenic Road is $300 for a fine. That's basically all the town planner is allowed to enforce.
And we're talking now 12 years. How much do you think we're missing? Yeah, I mean, hard
Hard to say, I mean, I wrote 2 violation letters last week, I did not find them. My attempt is to try to work with the people first.
Right.
And say, look, you might not have known that you're having a violation, but you are having a violation. Let's try to work together to see if we can't solve the problem. But during construction, when major salty water goes off-site, there's no question you're getting a fine.
and that just impacts everything, right? It goes into
Right.
it could go into our sewer system, impacts what we're doing for everything else. Just
So Andrew,
conservation.
are you asking if Karen issues a fine, is it necessarily enforced that we get the money?
Right. I mean, the money is trying to see if we can pay for it, but also I get so nervous about our sewer capacity and conservation, environmental, there's all the other, you want it just done right.
Right.
And that's one thing,
Right,
but
you
it's
want
also.
it done right. The
You gotta-
fines go into some general fund, we don't get the money.
Right, it's,
Right,
the fines are to stop someone from not doing something.
right, but,
Over and over again.
you know, we hope that the fines stop people from doing it. but-
Well, you make them fix it too.
Yeah, of course, yes, we make them fix it, and if you have to shut them down, we'll shut them down. You know, I mean, that's the last resort, because you wanna work with people.
But we did shut down Seaside.
Yes, to the staffing issue. We did have a gentleman come in, he's familiar to you, a while ago, and saying that processes were taking too long. I know he's talking about enforcement. But my question to you is, if you're spending too much time on enforcement, are you not able to do other things that are valuable?
We are meeting all our time periods on all our permits.
Okay, good, because that was not what we were told.
That's what you heard,
Yes, that's not what we heard.
Sometimes,
And the person was suggesting that we needed more help in the planning department for that reason. So I'm just trying to say to you, if by having someone, maybe a combined person who does both conservation and planning in terms of enforcement, that would free up the professionals who may be better off, doing other things. That's all I'm suggesting.
I think that what sometimes does not get very easily conveyed is that sometimes a permit will take a typical stormwater permit. They never meet the requirements the first time around.
Right.
They usually don't meet it the second time around. Maybe on the third time, they get it. So sometimes I have to ask for extensions for the time period because they haven't complied either.
So in other words, it's not your department necessarily that is
That's
holding
correct.
things
That's
up, but
correct.
things are taking too
That's
long.
correct. It can be
But they are
applicants
not
with
giving
as
you the
well.
information that
That-
you need in
that's
order
correct.
to approve the permit,
That's
whatever it is.
correct.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
timely manner, because everything that we do has a calendar date attached to it, and
Right.
they don't have this stuff ahead of time, but we, everything, purge up,
I
and
just
then
think-
it's pushed back.
I just think we wanna be sensitive to you not feeling as though you don't have enough help. If we're in a position to try to help you to get more help. I think that's what we're, in my opinion, that we're trying to get at here.
I think you said that, I think
Yeah,
you got it, but the one thing that Karen's saying, and I think that, you may do something within your time frame. You have 25 days to do it, but the builder wants it done in 10.
That's correct.
Right.
That- You're
So-
absolutely
right.
right.
So
You're absolutely
they're
right.
coming in and they're like, can I get this done? And you're like, look, I got 15 more days, not because you're postponing them, because you're doing 15 other things. So
Right.
that's where, not only is it to get enforcement done, but it's also to just help the progress of stuff thing and not have to go to the limit of the requirement to get it done. And we all get phone calls, right?
Right.
So that would give you a little bandwidth too to get stuff done and on those occasions. I mean, I'm sure you wanna help people that if you could take an hour, you could get this guy out doing his thing,
Right,
but
I mean, we try to
finding
get
that
the
out.
permits out as soon as
this is, yeah,
feasibly possible after the planning board votes. We try. We might give ourselves a month, but we try to get.
yeah, no, this isn't,
Yeah.
you guys are doing a great job. My point is, if you had an extra hour a day of white space, right, where you didn't have anything to do, right, then you could say, hey, I'm gonna help this guy out and get it done, instead of doing it on Thursday, do it today. And that's, I think, what Karen's kind of getting. So, great, it's been noted. I don't think anyone else has any other questions.
Okay, great.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Can we, Nancy, do you have any idea on the timeframe of the new hire for that vacant position?
That's something that Jim was
Yeah.
discussing with the board.
Okay. So maybe we
It
can.
still has to be fleshed out a little bit, and he did meet with the departments about the job description and cost.
All right. Planning's done, now we are in DPW.
Sure you ready for us?
No. Whole team's here.
Okay.
Whole team is here, we bring everybody in.
Yep.
So,
Dancing Will Branson, that's what we call him.
Oh, somebody noticed.
Hey, you had the best time.
Can't complain about that at all. So thank you, everybody. I'll introduce everybody for people that don't know who run which departments. First of all, Mike Green, who's at the Tree Wardens Convention up in Stockbridge.
Oh, I'm so happy you're there, Mike.
He's at the brewery.
Sean McCarthy, who is in charge of the transfer station, the engineering division. Mark Cloud is the interim water superintendent, He took over for Sean Anderson when Sean Anderson left, and we all know dancing water. So, how would you like to start? How would you like us to proceed? Because we can get into the weeds, or we can go overview, or however you'd like.
Why don't you, let's go step by departments and hit the numbers of each one, but if you can give us, we know most of the accomplishments, so I wouldn't spend a ton of time telling us what you did, but if you can kind of tell us what you're looking at, like I kind of said with Karen, what are the 2 or 3 things you really want to advance this year? I think that's probably of interest to us.
I'll let each individual department do that, just to overview from my perspective is one of the big things we've been working really hard on is safety. In getting a lot of our guys to, get more OSHA compliant. The departments are doing a great job. They have weekly safety meetings. Will's applied for a bunch of grants, and we just got a bunch of grants for safety classes. We're going to be doing confined space rescue training in the near future. We just finished some training for doing our own, I don't want to say details, but our own flagmen. Sometimes what happens is they can't fill the police detail, and we might have a company like a tree company, Malpe out or something, we're paying a lot of money to have them. We can't just say, sorry guys, we don't have a police detail. So, Mike get trained, we'll get trained. We got a couple of our people, so that at least if we're on the road and have to, do the traffic, we're doing it correctly, and we're not risking anybody getting hurt. So that's kind of a big accomplishment. That's one of the safety classes we have. I think we have a grand total of 9 to 10 days. We were able to put the safety classes together with some other towns. Will was pretty good with that. We were able to combine with Norwell, Duxbury, and the last class we just completed was with Kingston, so we can split some of the costs and get that going. So we're doing it incrementally. So that worked out really, really well for the safety. And the safety is huge. One of the other big things that I would love to see, and one of the biggest challenges we have right now, is just filling all our positions, and filling the positions with qualified people. The federal government has made it a lot harder for CDL operators now. So a lot of our guys, what they used to do is we would hire them, and we would hire them as a skilled laborer, and then work them through so that they could get their hydraulic license and then their CDL licenses. The federal government's mandated CDL licenses, so it's about $10,000, $12,000 per person to get the license. And I think it's a 2 to 4 week class time alone, and then they still have to go and take the tests. So it's becoming harder and harder for us to get that figured out. So we're looking at maybe seeing how we could maybe self-perform some of that in-house and do some of the training, but it's a big obstacle because we do need big trucks and we need people to drive. So that's kind of some of the bigger things that we're looking at.
What can the town residents, those are 2 great things, but that's behind the scenes. What can the town residents look at as one of the goals, big picture goal from you to get have your department kind of focus on this year?
Probably one of the best things that Mike's accomplishment, not just to push it on Mike, is somebody in Noble Social was complaining that they used to have the best roads in the South Shore after snowstorms, and now they're saying in Scituate, Scituate is so good. That's a big accomplishment for us to, really pushed on the salting, sanding, pre-treating, and how we set up our snow fighting skills.
So far, so good this year, Mike.
And we've got the best roads, our roads clear so far.
Unbelievable.
Is that what you were looking for, Tony, or just in general?
I was, and maybe we'll get into the details, like if people are looking like we're gonna make an initiative on sidewalks getting done, or, one thing that I wanted, I'm sorry, Leonard, but, this water treatment plant going in, I really wanna make sure we're enforcing that and that we do make sure that all the things we told the citizens are gonna happen, particularly in clear cutting the trees. you know, we wanna make sure that that green belt stays the same and that there's a driveway in and a driveway out. And otherwise, you're not gonna see that plan, that buffers that we told us is gonna be there. So whoever's watching that, I don't wanna come in one day and see, you know, oh, oops, you know, we cut down a few more trees than we had. So, you know, some sort of extra attention to projects like that is what I was thinking. Of course, that's years down the road, so.
We're on that, and we met the other day. Andrew was there with, you know, we're pushing that as quick as we can. We're trying to get ready to go out to bid for the raw water line as well as replacing the new water line on 3A. So there's a lot of stuff that's been going behind the scenes. We're hoping to go out to bid probably late January to early February on the first phase of that, which is gonna be running the raw water line from the existing plant down to the new location. And then we'll also be, why we're doing that, because when, you know, I always preach it, when we open the road up, we like to do everything underground at once. We know we have old transite pipe there and it's in bad shape, so we're gonna replace the water line at the same time, as well as all the new services. And then, as part of our permit, we're gonna have to repave section 48. So that's all work that we're setting up to do. We're hoping to go out, you know, our goal was February 15th, we might have slipped a week, but we're gonna go out to bid that in February and do it this summer. So that's gonna be a big.
Any other big kind of picture, Kevin, questions? Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of that, and I think customer service is really important. For some of your departments, you're more in tune with the customer than others. I mean, I don't know if it's a lot of calls compared with the water department that I've got brown water or whatever. But I would like to see the department put in some sort of tracking system for the small complaints, the quality of life complaints, that would allow a person to be able to say, you know, I've got a pothole at the end of my street, my car just went into a ditch.
Long road,
And, you know, and to be able to have a system that we could allow people to go in and say, oh, it got reported. And it's gonna take 5 days or 10 days or whatever. And it just seems to me as though, to the extent that we track things, and I know we've been trying hard to track around water, but I think there are a lot more things. I had to take a few phone calls about a light post that's been out for weeks, actually a couple months. And I just feel as though if there's a system where that gets recorded, and then the person, whoever's making the complaint, is able to go in and say, oh, I see, there's a note that says, the pole was on back order because it's a special pole, which turns out that was the case. And I've talked to Jim about it, but I feel as though now that I have a public forum to say, I really think it'd be a good thing and that the citizens would appreciate it. So
we do have a tracking sheet for that. The office manager in Mike's office does keep track of that. And we've got a listing for every pole and every complaint and light out that's concerned. And that's one of the big problems we have, because we're having a lot of problems with the newer lights, you know, where they're flickering or they're breaking or something's going wrong. So Mike's been working hard on getting that, but we're having trouble even getting contractors sometimes out to fix them. Back about a month ago, we had about 75 out, and we were really pushing hard to get people out to work on them.
So I'm not gonna speak for Karen, but I think the bigger issue is software, right? Which we all looked at one of the mass conferences years ago when we were there. There are software packages that are out there that allow you to be more nimble and take data online and put it in. So, you know, not to speak for you, but, you know, I think we need to put that on our roadmap from a technology capital improvement, because we need it. Because, you know, you guys, y'all work so hard that we gotta get those requests in answered, and the tracking system's right there. I mean, you know, putting it on a piece of paper, who knows where that goes?
We're a little old fashioned, I'll admit.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean, and look, we're investing all this, we have all this money, let's make it easier for our employees and start to take a look at those technology packages that we all know exist. We all know they're there.
Not just to piggyback, but it also tells your story. I mean, the fact that you fixed 375 potholes, or every single one of those, the sewer grates gets cleaned every year. They'll be like, really, like, every single year, yeah, I really do.
I see,
That's, I mean, it's, yeah, people don't even know just how much work you also do, so telling that story humbly, I think, is so valuable, and to get support for some of these other projects, oh, it's amazing. You fix 200, whatever the number is, I don't even know. So, very good.
Yeah, no, I think we're on the same page there, that should be a goal. that we look
You're
at.
right, just, example, 178 street opening permits, that required a person to go out there before, go out there afterwards, and go out there during to inspect the street opening permits and make sure it was done. Yeah, I hear you on a lot, we could improve on some of our electronic stuff. But sometimes we're just having enough trouble getting people to, getting our people out there to manage all these projects, because, we are, as Karen was saying, we are tight, on people wise sometimes.
No, and then just my last thing that I wasn't kidding, Mike, when I said I'm glad you're out there.
No, I think the list, I don't think people realize how long the lists are on everything, and we're trying the best we can through contractors and our people to try to get it done. And for someone to track that much stuff, it would take a full-time person to tell those people, oh, you're still 17th on the list, or you're still, 20th on the list, or something like that. If you guys are talking that type of managing the potholes, or managing the berms, or managing the street lights,
I think you'd
I think it's a little tougher than people think.
Yeah, I don't think anybody here is criticizing that, Mike. I think everyone's just trying to make it easier, right? And utilize the technology in a way that helps us all, helps all of you. And also
I'd love it easier.
Yeah, I know. But what I was gonna say, just to segue to another topic, is really tired of losing my power. And I think it's a joint effort between National Grid and us as a town to properly trim our trees. So it's my buddy's out, isn't he out at some tree
He's at the
trimming thing?
tree warden.
Oh, the tree warden, so there you go. I mean, I think we really need some sort of a plan to take a look and be proactive. Because honest to God, the wind blows 20 miles an hour, and we have so many trees in this town that are dying. I mean, look up by the water tower, that is like a matchstick waiting to happen. So I don't know whose responsibility that is. Is it DPW, is it the fire department, whatever? Our tree, I don't think population is the right word, I would use the wrong word, but it's changing. We went to that master plan and we saw that the type of trees in our town over the next 75 years are gonna change. A certain type is gonna die off and other ones are growing, but I think it's up to us to understand, okay, what are we doing about those that are dying off and impacting our roadways, the way we look as a town, the way they hang over. Sometimes you just drive through town and you're like, can we just do that in a manner that is aesthetically pleasing to the eye, because you guys have done such a great job on the roads and everything else, and the town looks beautiful, and let's take it to that next step, right? And look at and manage our trees better. And that's my 2023 thing, because I'm tired of losing my power for no reason, other than a tree fell on a wire, right? I mean, you know what I mean.
And you know what, it might take us 8 to 10 years to get in a better position with all the tree trimming.
But at least we can start.
No, and we've been working with
Or hire an arborist, or again, be like,
Yeah.
maybe it's I don't know if it can be capital, whatever, just looking at different ways in which to take these larger issues instead of trying to chip away, we all know you have a hard time filling positions, so we can't get to where we want to get to.
The National Grid does come in yearly with a plan and knocks out big areas. I think he works with Sean McCarthy. I think Sean knows about that. National Grid does come in and try to get a lot of areas done every year to try to keep up with the trees.
Karen, did you have anything you wanted to mention?
I don't understand, what's the bottom down roadway management plan?
So we start from the bottom and work our way up, is
Quite
what it is, literally. No, so what we do is we go after the utilities first, and we rebuild the utilities, and then work our way up, and then do the roadway, sidewalk, and then we leave it alone for 20 years.
Which you did, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I just hadn't seen it written down that way. Yep, most of my questions are specific to departments.
Great.
And the only other thing I'd bring up is sidewalks. A lot of people saying, we'd like new sidewalks here, we'd like new sidewalks here. We've been working very hard on replacing the sidewalks we have to make them compliant because some of them are not compliant with ADA. And we've been fixing them and improving them. We've done, we've done Hadley Road. We've done a lot of different areas. We've been pushing on that as we're repairing streets. So, this year we're hoping to, take on some van vinyl sidewalks. We had to pre-order the curb because there's a curb shortage now, believe it or not. And we had to order it this year, so we would have it for the spring. But we're working on a lot of things like that. And that's one of the other big challenges for us, especially with water and sewer, is just getting equipment and thinking ahead of what you may need, what might go wrong, and what you're gonna do to acquire it, because, every pump is different at every station. So.
Great. I will just add to what Maura said, that's a measurable goal. I know you guys do work on it now, and I know we have National Grid do it now, but every storm, we got hundreds of people that lose power. So if we said, hey, this is something we really want to be superior at, and we're gonna put more resources at it, I think that's what she's saying, not that anyone's, we're hitting the big ones, right? Almost 700 people lose power, not 800.
Right.
But if that's the goal that we want to have, then you're gonna have to.
No, and that's great, but I would have to reallocate resources because a lot of those big trees in the road, we have to bring a crane in and use a contractor with our guys. Or we have to look into updating some of our equipment so that we can take on bigger trees. But that'd be.
That's what she's
Yeah.
Start
No,
that.
it wouldn't be in this budget, it might be,
Right, so in this budget, you would say, I'm gonna allocate, 50 more hours towards cutting by blah, 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 and next year I'm gonna do this, and it's an 8-year plan, but at the end of 8 years,
Yeah.
we don't have people that lose power on, as many people that lose power on storms.
And we're still at the mercy of the grid because we can't cut anything that has wires on that side.
And those are the ones we
And
direct.
those are the
National
ones we
Grid.
can accept.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Awesome, all right, so the first one is, engineering, 411.
Engineering, there'll be Sean McCarthy. Sean, Dan, and Jeff do a great job, and I'll hand it over to Sean.
Yeah, so again, for Sean, for these, we've read it, so you don't have to necessarily go through every one of your accomplishments if you wanna, hit the first couple, but we're really most interested in what you're trying to do this year, for all of you.
Right, I think the upcoming year, when that water main bids on Route 3A, we'll have a resident, one of our engineers on it full-time as well. That'll probably try to have people from Mark as well with the system. We did receive a grant late last fall for a seawall replacement on Oceanside Drive. That's wrapping up permitting now. We hope to put that up to bid in February as well, so that'll take off. We did have a public meeting with the residents in the area to explain the process. Pretty significant interest. There's a couple of people who have trouble getting a hold of.
Person that lives at the inn.
Yeah.
Broadcast, that they might know who
the
the
new
person
owners.
who lives at the inn, the new owners. We'd like to talk to them about the seawall in front of their property. So if anybody knows them or have them call us 545-8732.
So is that where the breach was a couple of years ago?
Just to the right, just to the south of that. Just to
Yeah,
the
that's
south
the
of
area to the wall.
Yeah, actually just to the north of it, yeah.
We'll start where we left off at the vacant lot that the town owns and head to the south. And another grant funding opportunity just opened the same program. So we're gonna reapply, maybe we can continue farther down and to the south as we can. The Army Corps is working from Turner to the north to Scituate Ave. We're working from Kenneth to Scituate, so we'll close that gap. Hopefully that provides some freeboard to the sewer pump station. Sand Hills sits down in that low spot there. So next year, that hopes, to get both of those projects going, which will tie up quite a bit of time, as well as a lot of capital improvements that are happening at the treatment plant. We'll have stormwater to improve this spring as well, to stay in compliance with MS4 for next year. That wraps up in September. The permit is typically done. We're trying to use in-house resources where we can to assist with that program, with a consultant. Keep that going. That's a mandate from the EPA to improve stormwater, so that's statewide. Those are some of the big projects that I see coming up as well. We get the phone calls too, missing crosswalk signs and they get kicked on to Mike, and things like that, speed limit signs. Inquiries like that happen every day.
Yep.
On top of the big stuff.
But your budget is $711,000. 400 of that is road and seawall repair that we put in every year at our discretion. And it's basically a 3-person department, right, Sean?
Correct.
2 engineers and yourself?
Yes.
And not much else other than a little bit of technical services.
The salary, the contractual.
Any questions for engineer?
No, but I would thank, the hearing that you had for the seawall was very well attended. I know Warren and I were there and people were very appreciative of it. So hopefully, that was a very good outreach, is what I would say.
People from outside the construction zone, so to speak, attended just to see what was happening in the neighborhood.
Oh, curiosity.
Right, exactly.
Any specific questions for engineer?
I don't.
And if I can, I'd just like to thank, the task that we're taking on with the water treatment plant and everything going on there. And then, this is a double seawall project. It's not a single seawall project. So it's gonna be a Herculean task when both these projects are going on, not to mention the big one.
What do you mean by double?
We got a grant for 2 sections.
Oh, just the one
So it's a
section.
double,
Yeah.
it's like a double seawall section that we have, so it's gonna take up a ton of resources from engineering and everybody,
But they're not engineering it, they're just monitoring it, right?
Well, there's construction management, oversight, somebody overseeing the concrete pours, and depending how they go with tides, we could have both our engineers out there full-time working on that project, not to mention just the, we meet weekly plus problems and issues, it's a huge over.
Yeah. Great. Kevin, do you want to do the admin or did we kind of cover that except for the dollars?
The admin's pretty straightforward,
Basically you and the Christine in there?
Yeah, Christine, office
And
manager.
there's nothing else.
I think we got some money for paper.
Any questions for admin? And that's more of the big picture stuff that we talked about. Everyone do highway?
Love to do it, and Mike Breen's been dying for this for a couple hours now, waiting there, he's all excited about it, so let's go, Mike.
All right, I got a goal to try to get Ann Vinyl Road sidewalk replaced and paved. And we're also looking at a couple of different roads. We've kicked around a section of Tilden Road, and we've kicked around Lawson Road, and we've kicked around a couple of different roads. We're trying to figure out where we can get some paving in this spring, depending on what we have for money.
Can I cut you off for a second, Mike?
Yep.
Yeah, and we're gonna see where the paving numbers are, because the paving costs have been going up and up, so that limits how much we can do. One of the things we have noticed that Mike's been working on is Front Street's looking a little run down. We'd love to grind and overlay that if we have the funds, say from the hotel all the way down towards Maria's, that's.
Like July-ish?
July 4th. You know what?
Yeah.
We push, and I just want everybody to understand, we push the pavers. And when the paver shows up, the paver shows up. If you tell them you can't do it, they'll pack up and you won't see them again. So
yeah, July.
So that's when they'll show up, that's all I can say. They probably will show up July 3rd when one of the carnivals are going on, Heritage Days. But that's our goal, that's one of our goals.
So, Mike, you were saying, I thought I heard you say sidewalk, but you're actually talking about paving roads and Vinyl, Tilden and Lawson. That's
Yeah, well, those are what we're kicking around, plus that Front Street is the main objective of that whole thing. I forgot about Front Street.
But not sidewalk.
On
No,
the sidewalk, we ordered granite for and vinyl, because
Yeah.
part of that was done with one of the new subdivisions that went out there, and you can really see how bad the sidewalk is, that's the remainder. So what we're hoping to do is replace some of that sidewalk and then repave the road, because the water line was replaced a few years ago.
And now there's a new school coming in there soon.
Potentially, yes.
Great.
Far enough away though, that you don't really have to worry about getting it twice, right?
The roads and, I mean, I wouldn't wanna leave the road, that it'll turn to dust by the time they get up there.
Sorry, Mike, you can.
No, in the overall budget of the highway, we only increased $4,264 dollars, so it wasn't that much of an increase.
True.
Just wanted to let you know from last year.
Right. How's your staffing?
Staffing is was getting better, and now a couple of guys have just resigned. Kevin Mikewitz, after 35 years, is resigning, and one of the young kids. What's that?
He didn't resign, he's retiring.
Retiring,
And
I'm sorry.
and one of our other employees was picked by a police department, so he's good.
Yeah, and he got picked up by a police department, so.
Instead of driving the trash truck.
Yeah.
So
we're
you
gonna
have two
to go-
vacancies right now.
He's actually got. Yeah.
4. So it's the 2 that are in here plus 2 more? Right?
Yes.
So that's our big challenge, because those guys run some of the big trucks. Those are also the guys that go out and do the patching on the roadways, as well as any repairs to berms, and other miscellaneous stuff. And, as well as repairing on the trucks, some of the work we do on the big trucks takes 2 or 3 people to physically remove the equipment.
Anything else, Mike?
No, that's it for me, for highway.
Any questions for the highway? No? No? Okay, so the numbers again, as Mike kind of said, it's about $1.2 million. And in here, we do have the repair and maintenance and that equipment line of 170, and then rental stuff, those, I assume that's when we're bringing the drain people or the tree cutting.
Bringing drain people, our tree cutters would be under grounds, but it's also, for other miscellaneous things.
And so that's another 120,000, everything else is pretty low. How about fuel? Is that all in here?
Fuel.
So it's okay. Great. All right, Mike, thank you.
Okay,
Do you have another one or is that it?
Yeah, 2 more on ice.
Okay. We'll do snow and ice also.
Snow and ice is level funded.
And if people see trucks driving around now with plows on it and sanders and everything else, we've got a lot of new people, and we're trying to teach them their routes before it's a blizzard. So one of the things Mike does is he sends those guys out first thing in the morning to drive their routes. And like I told them, I don't care if they drive it every day until it snows, but we want them, everything they can learn now is less damage they'll do down the road. But when you take somebody and put them in a big truck like that for the first time and say drive these roads and they don't know them that well, it's dangerous. It's not dangerous, they have their license, but it's,
Do you always do that? Or this is just the first year you told us they were doing that?
Well, we're doing it more this year than in the past because I have more new people.
Yeah, I had not really heard. That's great.
I keep telling Mike I wanna have a snowplow parade and he keeps, no, legitimately. We hook up all our equipment with snowplows and you drive them around and they have an inspection. And it's something we probably will do in the future. That includes water, sewer trucks, everything. Park them all down Cole Parkway and we inspect everything to make sure they're ready. But snowplow parade, we do things like that.
Okay, so we have the wages portion of this, the 150, is that Equipment rentals, that's,
Yeah, probably contractors.
is the salt the maintenance, roadway maintenance component?
That's the snow and ice.
Yes, it is snow and ice, so.
Say again?
Materials and supplies would be salt. Equipment rentals, a lot of the contractors that we typically use, which is $150 to go out and, when we have to call in additional crews. Which we've eliminated the salting a lot of, because we've been replacing a lot of our fleet. We're doing the salting ourselves before we depended on contractors every time we went out. So sometimes we can have, 16 events where we bring the sanders, we can do that all internally now.
Great. All right, well, the state lets you level budget, so that's what we do, and
That's what we do.
see where it falls.
Keep our fingers crossed. Salt prices haven't gone up like crazy. We got lucky this year. We purchased a lot of our salt before it had a $24 jump. Yeah, $24 jump in salt. So, it's kind of hard to deal with that, but, we're doing everything we can by doing the pre-treating, and we really put a squeeze on how much salt we put out there, but it's still required.
Great, thank you. Mike, is that your last one?
What's that? No, I got public grounds.
All right, let's do that one. I hear those tree guys in the background.
That's right. No, they're all in bed, I think.
All right, the goal for public grounds this year.
Public grounds is, well, just cut a lot of continued maintenance. They do, they do so much. It's incredible, hitting all the ball fields, making sure all the ball fields are cut. They do all the trash in town on the beaches. They do a lot of the tree work, the smaller tree work, the trimming of the tree work, and theirs is just continual maintenance and trying to keep the town as pretty as it possibly can, especially in the fall with the leaves. They did such a great job this year. I can't say enough about that crew. They're extremely hard workers, and I'm lucky to have that crew. We're almost at full strength there. I think we're only down one person in public grounds. So, but that's just, they do the complete maintenance of the town and keep it nice and neat, mowed, trimmed, and everything. So.
And your priority is gonna be trees in the west end that can take out power.
Trees on the west end. We'll go on if the guys are dying to go do more tree work.
From Laura's house and just trim it up.
And if you got it,
There is a lot
It's
down
normal,
there,
too.
I'll tell you.
So I will echo what you just said, Mike. Your team does a phenomenal job on keeping the town looking as best as it can, working with rec all the time to make sure that events that are going on, the fields are the best condition we get them. And, we made that beautiful field over here at the high school, but it's not the easiest field to cut. I mean, there's more hills and undulation. I mean, it's not like going to Central where you can just keep going back and forth. It takes a lot more work with all the fence work and weed whack and everything. So we made it beautiful, but you guys keep it looking that way too, and it's a lot more effort to do it, so.
We actually tested a bunch of mowers because it's slow. We gotta get special mowers.
Yeah. So kudos
Yeah,
for that.
Kevin got us a couple of great mowers there that work on the hills, fantastic over there. So that's a big help. So.
Can I just?
Yeah, any questions?
I don't have a question. I just want to add to say thank you too to that team because in the summer, it's really hard to keep our beaches and Front Street clean, and they work extra hard and do a great job. I see them out there so early. So I just wanted to say thank you. When you see them out there at 6:30 in the morning, starting, that's a long day. So thank you all of that.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate that. Good.
Any questions for the public grounds?
And the Christmas tree looked great in the common. So thank you for partnering with beautification.
Great.
Oh, thank you very much for that.
Holiday tree.
All right, Mike, I think that's it. The numbers there are, we spend $1,005,000 on that. There are about, I counted 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, really 9, and then the summer help. to handle all that acreage of land is spectacular. So, yeah. And then we have some rental numbers in there, 160 as part of that. But for the majority, 70% of it is labor. Actually more than that, right? The summer labor. No, it's in there. All right, Mike, thank you. Have a good night.
Well, thank you very much, you guys.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
See you, Mike.
Thank you, guys.
So the next is, we're gonna do 3 of the enterprise funds. The first one is the transfer station, 433.
What can you say about the transfer station? All we hear is complaints if we ever close it. People ask how come we're not open 7 days a week, and we should have longer hours. I think it's the favorite place for people who know town, myself. We call it a transfer station, not a dump, so.
Where did it go? I think the most challenging aspect of it is everything's going up. As we all know, to throw it out too, it is, we've lost the rebate on the cardboard, at least right now. We have. And co-mingles seem to be still holding steady, but we're still paying to get rid of them. We're not getting a rebate on any of our recycling anymore, except for the metal right now is. Glass has a cost as well, although we did find somebody closer in Middleborough and cheaper than we were paying last year. So it's an improvement. We did put in this year for a, I want to say 5th employee, 1 additional employee, but we're actually down 1 now with injury. So we're down 2. I think that 5th employee is going to allow some extra work to happen, policing, like you were talking with planning earlier, as well as daily keeping up with things around the station. Those 4 guys that are operating the equipment, the booth, and recycling are doing that for 8 hours. They're not leaving. They swap out to take lunch. It's as thin as you can go. I brought a retired guy back to help 3 days during the week on the seasonal salary, fill those days while the injury is there, but still get occasional sickness, which takes you down to two guys. There's no redundancy there. So I think the 5th person will make a huge difference functioning down there. I know we did bump the sticker price for the upcoming year. That went into effect. I think the stickers start mid-February. But I think that's the most challenging down there.
In the changes in laws, the requirements, the mandated requirements from DEP, mattresses change, what we can and what we can't throw out, the new waistbands. We stay very involved in it. We're part of the South Shore Recycling Coalition, monthly meetings. We typically go to meet with DEP, different organizations, and find out what's going through, as well as what is going to be changing, so we can be proactive. When the mattress thing came out, we were all set up for it. It wasn't a major disaster, and we're looking for ways that we can go forward on a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, I think you guys do a great job there. Everyone's friendly, and gives our residents good service. And that was our goal in increasing the rates, is to get you to be staffed properly. So I'm glad. I hope everyone gets healthy and gets healthy so you can.
Right, yeah, we're lucky to have Pat down there. Pat Kelly really stays on top of things.
So I think years ago, we used to think that we were recycling and we felt good because it was saving us money. Now we're just recycling and we feel good that it's not going in a landfill and it's going to.
Well, it's still saving money because it's cheaper than the trash.
Oh, it's, okay, so it's, to bring the glass to so-and-so is $20, but to bring it to the landfill is $40.
Right,
Okay.
we're still saving, the recycling still saves us money, it's just not to the extent it was in the past.
And I was at the retained earnings at $500,000. So that's healthy. So it was, the last couple of years it's gone up considerably, so maybe we will have to adjust the pricing for a while. Any questions on the transfer station? Karen?
I'll ask a question that you actually brought up about why isn't open more. I guess my question would be, maybe it should be open less. Maybe we should go to, you know, two weekend days and 2 days during the week. You know, I know that I'll probably be Hillary for saying that, but, you know, it just strikes me as though people could make it work. I mean, I think it's kind of a luxury that it's open 5 days a week, honestly.
You know, they work a 40-hour work week, the guys do. And the great thing about those guys is they're in for every storm, they have huge roofs, they run heavy equipment out, you know, out in those areas, I can't say enough. So you propose something like 4 days a week, 10 hours a day, something to that effect?
Not necessarily, but just you could be flexible. I guess I see what you're saying about they work 40 hours a week, but if you're down 2 guys.
But you don't necessarily have to be open to the public to be working,
Some do that.
right?
Some give the day for them to.
Give a day just to do clean up, take all the can work, you know?
I'm just saying that, you know, it's nice that we have it open 5 days a week, but maybe we don't need it open 5 days.
We would love a day off because.
I love that you're saying it, but if you heard the way he started, the
I'm not loving
conversation
that.
was.
Yes,
wanted to
that's,
open more.
no, that's why I brought it up, because I'm like, well, I know what they want, but
I mean,
maybe
because
it's
we do
not what
our
they
own maintenance
get.
on the equipment, we've got the loader, the backhoe, the truck down there, we do it fall and they come in on an off day. We'd love to have it 4 days, you know, 10 hours, you know,
Saturday, Sunday's tough.
Yeah,
When I talk to people
keep it Saturday,
about the
Sunday.
open position and things like that,
That's what
Saturday
they
I
don't
could
want.
do, my whole weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll see when we start to
Just,
ask
you know,
for people, but
like
that's
I said,
benefit.
I'm
you know.
gonna be in trouble tomorrow.
No, not to sound crazy, it's a special place, the guys that work really, they really love it, and they take it very personal, you know, people call it dump, I see them looking at them like, you know, they take it very personal,
Well,
they
old
do a
habits
good
die
job.
hard.
I know,
You know, it's,
I've done it myself.
we're still struggling to say select board instead of select managers, so I get it. That's all.
Any other questions? Good. All right, keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Hope you hire those staff. All right, the next one is sewer. Will?
Well, some of our biggest challenges are increasing prices from electricity to natural gas to disposal of our sludge gate or solids disposal. Pleased to say that we've applied for and received some grants to address some of these challenges. So for energy demands, we've received a grant to replace our main aeration blower at the wastewater treatment plant and a dewatering building heating system. So we look forward to the savings that we'll enjoy from those projects. Another project that we're looking forward towards is our facilities plan. Now that EPA and DEP have issued our new permit, we can have a sense of where the goalposts are going to be moving forward. So we're looking to put out and advertise a bid for our facilities plan in the very near future to better understand how we're going to navigate those challenges and prepare the facility for future plant upgrades and capacity for the plant. Speaking of capacity, we're always eager and looking forward to I&I projects or influent filtration projects. We've got one going out to bid this month. That's going to be restoring hopefully up to 220 to 230,000 gallons per day of flow in our system. So yeah, we're trying to do these projects to support sewer expansions moving forward, phase 4 and 5 of the sewer expansion.
They're all over the system.
Oh, it's not?
Oh, no, it's not one, a lot of it's lining, and that's engineer's estimate, like it sounds awesome, we're gonna be able to do a lot of things, but it's just like Cedar Point, you know, we'll see how it works out. You know it's gonna be a savings, but I don't wanna, I don't wanna.
Take the goalpost and divide that by 4 to get a real sense of a bankable number for where we're hoping to see for capacity restoration on that I&I project. We're benefited by the holy trinity of capacity projects right now between I&I projects. We've got the new water treatment plant going online in the near future. The existing water treatment plant has wastewater that goes into our sewer system. So eliminating that from our system is going to give us another capacity boost. Conservation efforts with water use across town has been, you know, a positive change for our system. And we have stormwater and drainage improvements happening constantly along with coastal management improvements. So keeping our coast protected and keeping that stormwater out of our sewer system These things combined are moving the needle on our capacity. This is the first calendar year where I think I can recall that we're ending being below our 80% threshold for flows at the wastewater treatment plant. This is a one-year thing so far, so it's not a trend yet, but I hope to make it a trend.
How much do you think the drought contributed to the numbers this year?
Probably a pretty good amount, yeah. So that was an impactful drought. Many months were lower this year. The year prior was another outlier where we actually exceeded for 1 month during our willing limit. So again, this is not a trend yet, but it's promising to see these numbers right now.
I don't know if you were here for the part of the planning board and the enforcement for some of the not the wastewater, the stormwater. How big of a problem do you see kind of stormwater runoff? And if what I'm getting at, if we had better enforcement for stormwater runoff of some potential areas in town that maybe are in violation, would that be helpful for sewer capacity writ large?
You want me to jump on that one, or you want me to?
If you like, it worries me more in the areas of town where we still have the old clay pipes. The stormwater runoff can just go right into those clay pipes. They're usually not in great condition, which is why we're doing these lining projects. I'm really worried about coastal impacts. So coastal flooding events are severe impacts to the gravity portions of the sewer system in town. And I'll let Kevin.
Yeah, and when we're paving, anytime we pave a road, typically we'll run out and buy 20 new, he orders them ahead of time, but 20 new castings, say, that are seal tight castings that bolt down to keep the water out of them just from the road. So the stormwater part we're not as worried about. Now, we would be worried about if somebody tied a drain into the sewer line and just said close enough. But Will's typically out there, or one of Will's people are out there watching the drain line be installed also, or the sewer line being installed, not the drain line. And we try to keep our eyes on it. But when that was brought up, it might be something that I talked to Karen in Conservation. It might be something that I get involved in we discuss in the future of having somebody. I'd love to have an engineer that can help them out all the time, because conservation and planning are in our offices a lot. What do I do for this? What do I do for this? How am I gonna do? If we had another engineer who could help them out and spend more time maybe overseeing some of the projects that are ongoing or where they need help, that might behoove everybody, because right now, we don't really get involved that much in the private side, but maybe that's something that we could help you manage, and then work on projects in the winter.
Yeah, we're always looking forward to implementing new technologies. We're looking to try to implement a workflow system or a complaint system to keep track of progress. We're always looking forward to future and current SCADA upgrades. And then we've got to watch out for the dark side of technology, which is cyber threats and cybersecurity. Pleased to say that our IT department in town has grown. We now have 3 people in the IT department. We also received a grant for a cybersecurity assessment for the sewer SCADA system. So, looking forward to that project. They're probably going to alert us to some things that we're going to have to take action on. Just like our facilities plan is most likely going to alert us to a lot of systems that are going to be upgraded in the future. But it's better to know about these things so we can plan for them, do them in a cost-effective way as opposed to a reactive way.
Great. Questions for Will?
That's not my question. Was our permit increased, status quo? What you said we just had our permit increased?
Yep, our permits were approved. Most of these standards are the same, but they're going to be requiring testing for PFAS. So right now we've never tested for PFAS in any of the streams that they're asking us to test for. And when I say streams, I mean what's coming into the facility is a stream, what's leaving the facility is a stream, and our solids disposal is a stream that they want sampled. I'm most worried about the solid sampling and how that's going to impact further disposal cost increases, and talk of EPA and federal government classifying that material, making it difficult to transport in the future. So very tentatively nervous about the future there, but.
So one of the things that they've been working on, Sue has been working with the transfer station, marriage made in heaven. But they have their grit disposal that they have to dispose of. You've seen that contract go up over the years, well up over $100. It used to be $78 a ton, for about $129, $130 a ton, somewhere in that area. And what, even higher, and one of the things we were looking at is doing some sampling on our own and trying to find another place that could take it where maybe the sewer department purchased a container that could hold it, and then maybe the guys at the transfer station on their days off, one of their days off, could bring it to one of the landfills with the truck that we have and see how that works out. And just get that up and use that, try to save money that way. So that's the way these guys have been talking, just to save some, you know, if we could get it disposed of at, say, $50 a ton, and we're just paying the overtime, we could save some significant money. So it's something that we're looking at doing in the future. We have an older truck, an older roll-off. Unfortunately, we're having some work done to it now to make it a little more roadworthy. But it's roadworthy for driving around the transfer station, moving what it is. But to drive that Middleborough or Vaughan or something like that, it would have to be a little more roadworthy.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanna say thank you to Will and the sewer department. As you know, that the whole issue with the North River clam flats, the shellfish, we heard some wonderful things about your department in particular, from the state, how well run it is. And I just think the people of Scituate should know that, you know, you're running a really high quality plant, and that because of that, at least some of the shellfish beds are being reopened as, I think, January 1st. So, thank you.
Thank you.
They're already open,
Yeah, that's as of January
Oh,
1st.
yeah.
I don't know, I think I'm in January, I'm not sure, I could be in February, well,
I'm tired.
Me too.
You're right.
So,
I'm
I
blessed
know
with
that
an
was a
amazing
month, that was.
staff, and teamwork makes the dream work. We've got a great team up here and all around town.
Well, two quick questions. What is our capacity at right now?
1.193 million gallons per day.
And we're at 1.6 is what or 1.36, what are we at?
1.6 is our limit, 1.28 is our 80%.
1.28 is our 80%. So at what point do we feel comfortable expanding?
6 months ago, we were over the 1.6, we're about 1.7, so we'd just like to see it, if it levels off and stays down in the 1.2s, we'll feel a lot
So
more comfortable.
but what is your time, like, you wanna see it for a year at that level?
At least a year, I'd say.
A year or two?
At least a year.
Okay.
You know, because then we would have to go to DEP and get permitting and prove that it stayed down for a full year, you know?
Before we can expand?
I think so, yeah.
The other question I had is, at some point in time, is there the opportunity to use, you know, the gray water at Widow's Walk? You know, for when they have watering situations there, is there any opportunity, it's, you know, so proximate to it that.
I can jump on that if you want. but
There's potentially, it's difficult. They have their own well systems as well.
We looked at it in one of the droughts prior to Will taking over, and we were gonna have to add a complete process to do another round of processing for the material to get it down to standards to be used on the golf course. So it's a significant cost impact. We could follow up on that further, but it was gonna be millions of dollars to add that on so that we could then in turn have the gray water that could be used at the golf courses.
In short, it may not be as self-sustaining endeavor.
Great.
And we did add them some extra water because now the well that's down there, the byproduct of that well from the flushing goes back into the pond so that they have some additional water, so.
All right. Yeah.
Remind me where, I know this, it happened last year, so it was so long ago, the North Scituate review. We did have a tentative agreement, and I thought we had given there was some money and there was next steps on.
So I think the next steps is
design.
they're looking for another $200,000 for design, $200,000, and it's in Cohasset's hands right now. They're going through that and deciding how they would do it. And there's been some costs put together on where it would go and how the water would be and how it would be set up.
So the 200 would go for what? The
Further design,
further
refining
design
the
split by
design.
all three communities or
200,000 each community, I believe it was.
for the next level of
Yep,
the
am I
design?
talking correctly there?
Yeah, we had 100,000 per community, between Hull, Cohasset, and Scituate, so 300,000 in total. We're kind of at the preliminary stage where, there's been a lot of revisions to those plans, and it'd probably be good to reassess and review those plans before moving forward. I would look forward to more meetings with Kevin and Jim, and then maybe a future presentation with the board.
I thought there was money allocated, was it, did we get an earmark?
I don't know if there's
It's
an
gotten
earmark
some money over.
for sure, but Plymouth County just announced on Monday in a conference call that Jim and I were on, that they set aside $10 million for regional projects. So this meets ARPA because it's sewer.
Yeah.
And it's regional.
Is that the ARPA funding?
ARPA money.
Okay.
So this would be separate and apart from our
There's the
allocation
money.
already. That's good.
Okay, great, yeah, I think if you could revisit that, once we get a little feedback from our partners, that would be great.
This is more, I don't know if this is the man, and Jim's not here, but Nancy, do you have any input on why the electricity line item is the request was like 668,000 and we're looking at 450, and we know what electricity costs are, anyone else nervous?
We're always nervous.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a huge, 50% difference.
I think that goes to the same conversation we had last year, that we can, the budget already, the way it's been presented, requires at least a 7 to 8% rate increase for the board to vote at the next rate review, potentially. So adding back any more money is going to make that rate increase even worse. That $668,000 is well out of touch with what the actuals have been, and I understand that what's going on in the marketplace is unusual. But to Will's point, they're also making additional energy conservation measures that may be reflected in that fiscal 24 usage. So I don't wanna build a huge budget that you may not need the funds and raise rates to do that.
Yeah. Okay, it just seems like that's something that we kind of have historical data on, and we have a price, so we could project. I just get nervous, I don't wanna come back and be like, oh, we're 150,000 short, and now we're gonna find it. So that's all, just it stuck out.
I think electricity in all the budgets, I will get on that one.
And the retained earnings in the enterprise fund is $668,000. And it looks like it's budgeted at a deficit.
Right now, the budget that's presented to you is a deficit.
$1,000. And so you look at the rates. Thanks, Will. Last but not least.
Thank you, Will.
No, and then we have Mark with the water department. Water department's been suffering, manpower wise, we've been slowly trickling on people, but I've been pushing more towards. You're the only one who tried that, yeah. We've been pushing more people towards the highway department for plowing. We've got a couple of people who could have put in the water department, but we've got such a dearth of people for the highway department. We've been allocating extra, some of the resources that do apply for the jobs that meet the criteria that we're looking for into this. So, my probably biggest gripe is we're ignoring the manpower requirements, but we're gonna change that. I'll let you start, Mark.
Anything going on in your department, Mark?
A lot of the water department's focus is gonna be on a new water treatment plant. We're gonna install a full-scale manganese pilot program at the treatment plant, hope to get that running up before spring. We're gonna be installing water mains up Route 3A, so include a raw water line and a new finished water line in preparation for the new plant. Our challenges are gonna be, like Evan says, staffing, supply chain, chemical increases, flexible increases.
And supplies, for chemicals and as well as equipment, pumps and anything else that could go wrong. And keeping that place together,
That's gonna be the biggest challenge is, you can duct tape on some of the stuff now. We need it to hold for another 3 years.
Yep.
Um,
You hate to spend the money, but you have to do it.
Right, so I see you have a couple vacancies.
Currently down to 4 employees.
What does the labor pool look like?
They come in untrained. It's hard to find skilled workers. Most of them are on rate jobs.
So,
They're not
for
coming out of
example,
college with like environmental.
well, no, because a lot of times we're looking for people to go out and physically go into your house and change your meter out. Or we're looking for somebody to replace your service or repair a damaged service, or if we have a leak, go out, dig a hole in the street, find the pipe, open it up, and then repair it. So, a lot of it's laborers work, and because of the job market, a lot of the laborers or operators that are out there are working in union positions and making more money because they're paying a rate job, say, for example. So the state has you have to pay a minimum rate for any work around any of the state projects. And then they've got a lot of state projects on this when you start going down, so it becomes harder for us to attract these times.
Well, at least you got the winter to get your stuff together and then get 3 or 4 months before.
Wires.
And everybody, he's gotta be out plowing, so you don't wanna give them too tough.
Hey, Kevin, I ask this every year, so Mark knows it, but where are we in like percentage of the meter replacements in town?
About 40%.
40% are done?
Yeah.
Thanks, Mark.
We try to do about 10% a year, but sometimes we only get 5-6%.
And our meter reader retired, so we have a new meter reader, and he's learning the area. It takes a while because the other guy's been doing it for how long?
About 10 days.
Yeah, he's been doing it a long time, so he knows every little nook and cranny, like, oh, in this house, you go around the backside behind the deck, underneath the garbage cans, there's the meter pit, and he knows all that inherent details, so we're training another person, and actually, we're gonna bring him back to help out for a while, just so we can catch up and meet our quotas.
The water rebate program, how is that coming along? How's that gonna be managed through the bank, or it's already a third of staff?
Starting up on it.
All right, is anybody filling out the forms or? Is it not running or just no one's participating?
I don't think we've presented yet.
Well, we certainly know the challenges that are ahead of you, so I think the good thing is we see the light. It's out there a ways, but we do see it. And, you're gonna have your hands full with keeping this one running and keeping that one on track, so. We may have to look at resources to, and we need to hire these people essentially to get.
Yeah, and at the same time, I mean, Sean and I had a meeting with Mark the other day, we're also looking at investigating new wells in the west end, as also investigating, we're putting an RFP out for a new water tank. It's a lot going on, and it's a lot of resources, but people are spread pretty thin. Sean's gonna be going very soon, because I'm being all daylights out of him.
Yeah.
Like, what's the cost benefit of, we only have 40% of the meters upgraded in town, we've been doing it for a long time. What does it take to hire someone and get it done, and just, what's the benefit to you as a department by being 100% meter, upgraded, if you will?
Being able to get the reads out efficiently, or the bills out efficiently.
Excuse me?
being able to get the bills out efficiently,
Yeah, so
And
that's,
quicker.
and more accurately.
it would help. It gives, a lot of them give the radio reads, for the newer ones. So they're extremely expensive and then we have new projects coming in and people using up, taking some of those meters as well as other meters that are just going bad. So it's a combination of both, but I mean, I'd love to knock them all out at once. We can notify customers quicker if they had a leak also.
Right.
You think it is gonna pay for itself?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think like what's
Yeah. Probably half the meters are overcharged and half are undercharged.
That's what I'm wondering. Yeah.
The thing that people always say, and I always used to have this conversation with Sean, the older the meter is it slows down, it doesn't speed up. If you have an older meter, you're probably getting charged a little less for water. Not hugely, but it would probably drop by 3 to 5%.
Any questions? Karen, any questions?
Don't think about the weather.
And magnets don't work, people put magnets on them, they do all sorts of crazy things to try to.
Really?
So water enterprise fund, we are expecting the budget to be at a surplus of about $90,000. There's about $800,000 in the retained earnings after some of the projects that are proposed. And we'll be talking to you often because it's clearly it's the most important issue to get resolved in the town. We put all the resources at it. Glad we're on the right path.
We're hitting it up.
Yeah.
I mean,
We have for the last, frankly, for the last 7 years.
Yeah.
But like I said, I think we see the light, we're on the path to resolutions.
Thank you for stepping up and we'll send bubble gum and duct tape for
Yep, Mark stepped up and Eric, the chief operator, stepped up as his assistant too, so that's another challenge we'll have is backfilling that position. We put some good people down there, we're training them, but it can take 4 years to get somebody trained to be fully licensed to run the plant, basically 4 to 5. 5 years to run the treatment plant. 5 years to run the plant officially.
I won't put the spot in because we don't know the answer, I can't remember it either. The new plant operationally, staff-wise, are we looking at same numbers, less numbers, more numbers?
We may have one additional because we also have to have somebody out evaluating the wells. It all depends on how the skater and everything connects up. And we will go over that with the DEP on the manpower requirements for the finished design set. Because if we get some of the stuff automated, we may not need that extra person. But technically, like when we run the green sand filter, you're supposed to have a person down there running that also. So
We'll see where it comes.
we'll see where we are, yeah.
Well, thank you all for coming in.
Excellent.
You're gonna
Thank you.
stay to go over, or maybe more of you, to go over the contract for water treatment plant.
Yep.
Fix those, on the numbers. Is that
Yeah, that's
the goal here, Kevin, to make the numbers work? that we did?
request.
Nancy's gearing up too, she said engineers should not try to explain numbers. Money numbers, but.
And I wrote the executive action request, and the fact that I had to put it in multiple colors and give you 4 spreadsheets to back this up.
We have that?
It should be in your backup. Yes. So, if it pleases the chair, can I take a whack at it before we get to the engineers?
Please, stay.
If I get detail oriented, they're 10 times worse than me. You let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, so based on how the board voted at their last meeting, the cumulative effect of your 2 votes was that you reduced the overall authorization for phases 1 and 2 from 3.5 million to 2.8 million. and we need over 5 million. So we're gonna rectify that today. So we have 4 spreadsheets that I gave to you in the order that they're in your packet. The first one is just a summary, gives you a summary of the sources of money and of the contracts awarded to date, including all the amendments and what they're for. The only thing that has changed is that Plymouth County meeting I mentioned earlier. We now know the total ARPA funds we're gonna get, and we're gonna get $165,000 less than we thought. So that means we'll be borrowing $165,000 more and not using ARPA funds because of the way the county commissioners have allocated. And they still have not opined on our application for the funds, which we filed in October. We're still waiting. The second spreadsheet that you have is just the phases. This came up during your discussions where we had some amendments of things that we did earlier and how it would help us in phases that happened later. The first thing I just want to bring to your attention is the top gray line. That was the estimated cost from the 2021 response from Woodard and Curran to the town's RFQ. And so the numbers are already outdated. And if there was a range provided, I went for the higher range. Kevin and I were talking about that. So the overall cost to design and engineer the plant was a little over $7 million in total. All of the contracts and all the amendments that have been voted to date, and including the phase 2, which you effectively were trying to vote last week, are listed and under what phase they fall based on that RFQ response. So you can see phase 1 is over more than what was originally estimated based on the additional pilot season. Phase 2 is also over a little bit based on what was originally thought for that phase. Some of that may be made up in later phases. And then the final column are things that were outside of the scope of the RFQ, public outreach, which are just funds that are gonna have to be made up as part of the project. So I was just trying to break it down in phases because that conversation came up quite a bit when we were talking about it last year. The OOB pilot season 3, which is phase 1, but it's needed for the permits in phase 2. And some of the phasing information I got from Steve Rafferty's spreadsheet on how all of these things shake out. Thank you, Steve. This spreadsheet was far more detailed than mine. Mine at least has helped. The third spreadsheet you have is just where is the money coming from and what's come from what so far. So the first authorization was the 2019 water plant and SCADA design for $4 million. Everything up until the items that came before you last week was still coming out of that original $4 million. The bulk of the design phase 2 will come out of that $4 million. A piece of it is going to come out of the $50 million, which we knew it probably was when we got the response back in 2021. If you just added those numbers, you knew you were going to go over 4 million. And the 4 million was an estimate back in probably 2017, 2018 when it was from the capital plan. The third to last column, that's the fiscal 23 operational budget for water enterprise. That's the portion of the manganese contractor that Mark just spoke about. That's to help the current water treatment plant to deal with the manganese. So we would hopefully not have a repeat of what happened this past summer. The other portion of that 212,000 is the identified piece that will go over to the new water treatment plant. So it'll be funded by the new water treatment plant. So that's why that's split. Tell I'm losing you off, but I'm trying. And so the final one is just a summary of what's happened to date with your votes. First vote was July 6th. You voted not to exceed contract of $3.5 million for phase 1 and 2. At the time, it was only phase 1 went forward on that contract for $1.37 million, and then there were amendments. So the total to date that was against that is $1,804,000. The vote that you took at your last meeting on 12/20 was, and I got the language from Lorraine, because it's all about the preposition. Which preposition do we use? Lowered the actual overall vote, as we mentioned earlier. So based on all of the items that you saw that have been voted to date on the previous spreadsheet, which is just over $5,085,000, you would need to authorize amend your current votes from July 6th and December 20th for a total amount not to exceed $5,085,000. That would include all of the work that's been done in phase 1, all of the work that's going to happen in the new contract for phase 2. It'll bring you up to 100% design and permitting. It'll also include all of the amendments that happen in public outreach, the manganese contractor pilot study, and that would bring us flush to where we want to be. Standing to silence, another successful presentation by Nancy.
I didn't follow any of it.
Yes, but it would have been so much worse if they'd done it. So now you can have the engineer's version.
We'll wait for.
Just see where it goes.
Okay, you wanna give it a shot? So what are we looking, so there was like a $100,000 delta last time that we couldn't explain. Or I couldn't understand. I don't know, do you guys all follow this or? Am I just?
Super easy, what are you talking about?
So why don't you start? I don't know.
So I think last time, we came in and we presented some amendments, balance amendments and whatnot. And a bit of the conversation rolled back to the phasing numbers that Wood and Curran had put in to their original contract, in which the only number that was actually contracted was the contract number for phase 1, which was primarily piloting some evaluations. Now, with time, we increased the scope of phase 1 by adding the third phase of piloting, which was out of phase. Which was out of, it wasn't phase 2, it was fundamentally phase 1, we had the third round of piloting. So what you have in front of you, I have done my own side and I shared it where all the numbers came from the grant to get to the numbers. I don't think I should be giving you a different summary than what you have here, because this is my spreadsheet with a lot more smaller numbers on it, down to like a lot of little details of where bills came in and went out and everything else. A whole lot of stuff is in here, but line for line, I sent this over. I didn't see this till day or so, whatever.
Hey, that's day one, I'm sorry, Steve.
No, it's not a problem. But when I went and cross-checked all these numbers all add up, they all line up to the point where the only thing that I got thrown off by was the fact that the way the vote was taken last time, you actually, because of the wording of your vote, reduced the whole budget for everything.
So let's look at the second spreadsheet, that one that shows us the actual phases.
Sure.
So phase 1 is the evaluation, the design, and the pilot.
Phase 1 alternative evaluation, preliminary design, and pilot. Yes.
So now we're dealing with, we have $4 million that we allocated, right?
Yeah.
And that's coming from that.
Right.
Yeah, the $1,370,000 was what was contracted for phase 1 work.
Right. And can I ask you a quick question? Well, how did we get up to 7165? Is that doesn't have to do with any money, right? That's just.
That's the original response to the proposal to do the design, engineering, and construction administration of the project that Wood and Curran provided. If you added up all their phases, it was $7,165,000 maximum.
Okay. All right, so I get that, that's your proposal, we only got 4 million of it, and the rest of it has to come out of the 50.
So out of the 4 million, so the top line is Woodward and Curran's. Hard number of 1,370,000 plus these placeholders to get to your 7,165,000, okay? The number you don't have in there is there's a contract with Ty and Bond for 274. Okay, that shows up on the water, as I remember, there's a page, another page that shows water treatment plant escape design and construction contract funding by source, with the Ty and Bond contract shows up.
How much is the time on?
It's the third.
274.
277. So this page, water treatment plant and skid design phase analysis is only relative to the Woodward and Curran contracts. You know, what you've actually contracted, what they proposed at your last meeting for amendments. And is only at this point requesting authorization and funding to take us through the end of phase 2 design. So we'll have treatment plant design and ready to go out to bid.
So, and just correct me, that's gonna cost the 1,370 plus the 2.7.
So if you stay on this sheet right here.
Correct.
Say again.
Phase 1, phase 2 for full design, 100%.
Will be 4 million.
Would be the
79.
combination of these.
That was
Yes,
the original.
yes, okay, yes.
We have them. Technically. We got 4 million.
Yeah.
Completely confused.
I think that it just sounds like the numbers just were presented in such a way that when we said that the whole project wasn't to exceed $2.8 million, we reduced our authorization, right?
Yes.
So really the point is really just to rectify our vote based on the same numbers that we have presented in December, but it just would.
Yeah, I was looking to see if the preposition was by or to, it was to, rather than by.
Yeah.
So basically, we've got an addition to the original contract, and we have shifting of contract of required work earlier in the phase. Is that a good way of putting it? Which was the question we were confused about last time we talked about it, because it's like, it was almost like a student, it's not a shell game, but it felt like, okay, wait, what are we moving from here to here to here? And I think that I'm satisfied that I understand that.
What are you looking at?
So
First, what's
the second.
Yeah.
So the 219 is the ad, or the, I'm sorry, the 219, yeah, 219 is the ad not anticipated. And then and of course the public outreach is, that's over on the other side. And the shift, where's the shift? I had it.
This was originally done, the RFP was written, it was a lot of change from the pilot study, because originally we went up, we looked at the different locations in New Hampshire, we were looking at DAP systems, and we were looking at different areas to put it in. And then we found out after the pilot testing that we could not go that way, so the scopes changed at that point too. The way you hire the engineering firms, just like we hired Time Bond as partners in the design phase. You don't have that whole system set up and you work the cost out of it. If that's not confusing.
No, it was the manganese
Contractor?
Contact of the
right.
598.
The shifted thing, that was the shift.
Yes, we're going to, we had to address manganese in the new water treatment plant,
Right.
but based on what happened this summer, we have to address manganese in the old water treatment plant, and we can do it as a twofer.
Right, so that's the shift, and then the additions are
That's
the
technical finance term.
Second,
simplify this a little bit. How much, we'll say over budget from the original plan. Now, I understand the manganese and the outreach are all things fully support, but they weren't part of the original. So if we could tell everyone at home that this was gonna cost $100, now it's gonna cost $102, just total, how much more now are we? We on time, on budget? How much over budget as of today?
I'll defer to Steve, even though these items are over what the estimate was, we're still within budget. Do you agree?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to, I think, Andrew, you're asking, you know, if you look at this top line on the water treatment plant and SCADA design phase analysis, which were, one was a hard number of 1,370,000 to do both phase one. The others were placeholders, but not contracted amounts, which is what we thought it would cost us. At this point here, we've in essence completed phase one, the alternatives analysis, preliminary design, and piloting. And of that 1,370,000 hard contract that was put out there, it went up by $219,000 because the piloting effort got to a certain point and it wasn't conclusive enough to finalize the basis of design. We needed to do another season of piloting. It cost $219,000 more than we anticipated. Started off, as Kevin said, we thought we could pilot something a certain way. At the end of that piloting, the variables we were working with, the quality of the water and such, that in order to come up with the right basis of design for the new treatment plant, what we actually had to use for chemicals, how they would get added, the whole yada, yada, yada. We spent another $219,000, okay? So I don't have that percentage in my head, but it's.
But the answer Tony was asking for is we're still within that initial engineering project.
I would go back to the 4 million, I'm just trying to do phases momentarily.
Actually, I'm trying to get rid of the phases. I get that we had to do this over here, we're switching all up. When I talk to folks on the street tomorrow, I say, we're $200,000 over budget, but because we're doing X, Y, Z, this, and this. You've done this, you and I have worked for about 2.5 years now, and I trust your sense of where we are. Are we on budget?
We are under the $4 million original design budget, getting us through phase one and all of the detailed design. I believe that's correct.
What do you, well, the 4 million was supposed to get us through design, right?
It was, I don't have the article from it, but I know that that's to be true.
Yeah, so it wouldn't do your construction administration and your commissioning and warranty, which is over $3 million.
Right, that's all, that was additional on the higher end of the scale.
We knew once we get the proposals back, we were probably gonna go a little over the 4 million, because the 4 million also includes the OPM, which is 274,000.
So is it safe to say that we're at 4 million, phase one and phase two is at 4,070,000 plus the 274 from the other? From
274 is time bond.
From time bond, is that what you were saying?
I think that's what Nancy's saying, plus you have the manganese contactor and the public outreach.
Where are those?
One is the 219,
298?
219.
298.
No, that was
The other one is a 75. On the third.
Right, so we're $70,000 over in phase two, plus 274 for time bond, plus 75.
I think the first assumption, I don't necessarily agree with.
I'm just looking at your chart, your second chart, to get through phase one and phase two.
So that line is the estimates that they provided in their original, proposal to us.
Okay.
So those aren't, and now those are design, so that doesn't include the OPM, is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
So that would get you 344 over. 274 and then 70.
Yeah. Right, that's what I've written down so far, and then you said there's 75 for training that wasn't in there.
No, it's the public outreach,
Gosh.
additional.
So that's above and beyond, right?
Yes.
Which they
Or is
pointed
it
out
30?
last time.
But it's 35, was 40 in there?
We had already allocated 40, and that was the additional 35 when it was all said and done.
There's another
They
35.
originally requested 95,000, the allocation was 40,000, and then they came back to us and said, we had closer to the 90, Stephen negotiated with them and came back with 35, is a even swap, fair for both sides.
Right.
In the manganese contract, it was the 598, 005. Which wasn't taken into consideration in the design when we were originally going for it.
Okay, I'm gonna try this, try to help out.
Let's see what he comes up with first, if he understands.
So is this the overage?
Not the 600 plus the 274.
So is it, are we 973 over?
You're not over, you're just, that's how much that you're gonna need to take for that contract out of the 50 million. It's not that you're over, it's that it's
Because a
moving on to
portion
the
of
next
that-
one.
We were always over the 4 million.
So what were we supposed to pay to get through phase 2? What was the quote to get through phase 2? I know we got
The
$4
quote
million.
wasn't like $100,000, it was budget numbers, it was just saying, it was multiple numbers, it was a high and a low range.
So what was it?
I think it was 2.4 to 2.7.
At 2.4 to 2.7.
Through phase 1, what phase 2 is like, it's gotta be before, doesn't it?
Phase 1 was 1,370,000, phase 2 was a range, I believe it was 2.4 to 2.7. That's the high end of the range with the spreadsheets. Because they didn't know what the next,
What
what
they were
the
gonna
design
be
was until they did the piloting in stage 1. And not phase 1, and that's why you didn't award a contract for $15 million or $5 million to design the thing, because you didn't have enough information. They couldn't tell you how much it was gonna cost if you couldn't award something without knowing that.
So in your spreadsheet number 3, on that bottom line, it looks like to complete phase 2, you've got 1.675 from the first $4 million,
Yes,
and you need another $900,000.
Yes,
973, that'll come out of the 50 million.
So that means that the cost to get through phase 2 is gonna be $4,973,000. Right?
yes, if you, there's $386,000 over another column up there, but that's coming out of the budget because that's gonna be used at OOD.
Right.
I just had to say that, sorry.
Right, well, we knew that we did stuff that was gonna help us, that wasn't associated with that.
And that includes the OPM, which I think keeps getting overlooked.
What does?
The fact the OPM is coming out of that 4 million.
Where's that? What line is
It's the
that?
very first line of China Bond OPM services, it's the very first contract awarded.
So is that?
That's a requirement by law, we're going to.
Yeah, I know,
with
but
the OPM.
what did you say it was gonna, what was your range to get through phase 2? You just said 2.7 and 1 point what?
Probably 3.5 to
4.5.
4.1,
4.1.
yeah.
Alright, so we've got 4.1 at the high end to get through phase 2. Right, and now you're saying that it's gonna be 4.9 to get through phase 2.
Right, and in that 4.9, you've got round numbers, 300,000 for the OPM contract, which has nothing to do with design, so bring it down to 4.6.
Okay.
Because it's on that spreadsheet, and you have the manganese contactor,
Where's that?
that is
That's
the
the
line above
598.
212.
212.
Oh, down there, okay.
Yeah.
So that's the extra testing we had to do?
No,
Yes.
that's to treat the plant now so that we get cleaner water coming out of the plant this summer.
Okay, so that's not really associated with.
So that's not design or anything else, that's to work the plant to get clean
Okay,
water
so-
now. And then we also have the 75,000 for public outreach.
Well, that's a cost, that's a.
Right, but that wasn't, that wasn't included in the design.
Okay, so of that, that's 550,000,
598 plus 75, right?
300 plus 212 plus 35? Oh, you're saying that whole 40 was in there too? I thought 40 was in that whole.
40 was in the 75, yes.
40 was part of the,
because the additional was an additional $35,000 up to the full, sum up to 75.
okay. So you said it was gonna cost 4.1. It's gonna cost 4.9. Of that 4.9, we gotta take out 300,000, 200,000, and 35,000.
75,000. Because you never budgeted for any outreach. You authorized 40 at one point, and then we added 35, so 75,000 was never budgeted for outreach. So you need to pull that out of your overage.
All right, so that's 6, so we're $300,000 over, is that what you're saying?
Yes, but it's kind of hard to say over budget because we didn't know what the design was going to be. So now we've had them price up a design, and that cost is an additional $300,000 from doing originally we thought we could do a DAP system, and that DAP system would have been $300,000 less. Now that we're doing a different type of system with the dual trains, the way it's gonna be set up, that design cost is gonna be $300,000 over from what we were considering for DAP. So it's not, they're bidding another project, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but we also estimated at the high end of everything. Nancy took,
For a DAP, high end for a DAP system. That's high end for a DAP system.
Right, so we hit the absolute high on everything,
Because
and we're still $300,000 more because we had to change systems.
no, that's when we came to the board before, the board had said, is there anything that we can do to treat the existing water coming out of the plant to eliminate some of the brown water? We said, yes, we had Woodward and Curran work on it. They spent funds on it, engineering it, and they came up with a cost of $600,000, $598 to install that.
But that's the 212, right, and the 386.
Yes.
So 212, I already counted the 212.
Okay.
Just from Steve's spreadsheet, the subtotal budget right now for the new water treatment plant is $47,985,500 with all of these costs incorporated. So to Andrew's point, we're still within budget. Even with what's been approved to date for the purposes that have been provided to you.
Well, I hope so.
I think that's as succinct as I can make it.
Yes, right, I mean, some of those equipment costs, design costs, this is not a shell game. You're taking from different phases that make it look a lot, and you're not gonna have to spend that money later, and because we asked them to design for this interim period, right, and this was the meeting we had to, some of that work is gonna be done now, which then we're gonna recoup later.
Some of that cost.
Right, but they put that there.
Yeah, we've shown the cost, but the manganese contactor has 3 cost components, if you will. That one number, it's a little confusing, it's just 500, whatever it is. So a portion of the work, so.
I get that, you don't have to go into that. I see 598, I get 200s here, and 300 is out there. But I guess here's my point, I don't know, right? So somehow you've gotta get it so we know. So we've gotta get some sort of method in place so that we understand it, because we're all up here, rolling our eyes, we don't know what we're looking at. Or I am.
No, I
So somehow we gotta get the reporting mechanism down so that we understand what we, to Andrew's point, what is the budget supposed to be for this, and are we on budget or not on budget? Without looking at it, if we look at it now and say, oh, back here, in 4 years, we're gonna be on budget, don't worry, inevitably, we're not, right? Because just like the $300,000 on day 1 that it cost us more, on day 2, there's gonna be another $300,000.
And we've had massive inflation and shortages since the estimates were done. So we tried to take as much into consideration when the estimates were being done. My biggest fear, and I'm not trying to rush anybody, I'm worried about postponing the design phases.
Yeah, I think we're all comfortable with that, but I think what we're tasking you with is make this explainable to us so that we get it. And I know you've tried now, but we're all trying to remember where we were 2 weeks
It only
ago.
took 4 spreadsheets.
But I still don't get it. So maybe we have to work with you to say, okay, how do we understand this better? Like, what do we expect it to be? What is it?
I mean, is this expected versus actual, you know,
And
by
variance.
phase and total, so you can clearly follow along.
And I think I share the board's frustration, and I know Kevin and Steve and Mark have had to deal with me, is with the amendments, like, well, what's this? Where's it coming from? Why are we doing it now? I'm hoping that now that we're into phase 2, that we're in phase 2, the variables, a lot of them have been resolved when we come to design, so that we won't see any more amendments, we'll say it that way. So that we're kind of, okay, we now know where we're going, we know what treatment process, where it's gonna be, and we can just move forward with design. So that those.
But to Kevin's point, as soon as you start doing the next step, steel costs more than we thought it would.
Yeah, and I just, I wanna jump back on this, if I can, 1 second, Mark. When they originally priced that, say, up as high as 2.7 for the design, that was more for a DAF system, and that DAF system would be at 1 of 2 locations. From the pilot study, we found out instead of, you know, using the Toyota, we're gonna use a bigger monster there to design in the square footage. They base a lot of that off square footage and everything else, and that's why we had to change the plan. So then I wanna say they're our partners in this. They had to reestablish and reprice what it would cost for them. And the way the project's been being put forward is all by the procurement laws, and it's been followed to the T on how we've been doing it. So, you know, when you say, well, we had 4 million was the cost, that's for a DAF system. Now we're saying we're not gonna use a DAF system, we're gonna use this system here. Please price this up, you know what I mean?
We understand that,
Yeah,
but
we get it all.
that
No,
number.
actually, I don't understand that. We went to town meeting knowing it wasn't gonna be a DAS system. I mean, we had a number, we told everybody in town, and we knew right away that it wasn't gonna be DAS. And so we said.
No, what I'm saying is when we brought the engineering firms in the original RFP, that they priced up was a DAF system. When we went out and when we put the original RFP out, we put that RFP out and we were thinking at that point it was gonna be a DAF system. That's where the prices were, and they were thinking they could do something to that effect. So a lot of things have changed since then.
We asked residents, we raised their taxes based on a number that we knew was not a DAF system. The number that we gave them was based on a system that was.
Yes.
Right.
Correct.
I just wanted that to be clear, so anyway.
Yeah, no, it's not saying we're changing the system, but when they originally gave us the prices, when we opened the bids and we looked at the RFP responses, it was based off a certain type of system, that's where they came up with their cost estimate. So it's not like you're buying a vehicle and say, okay, I can buy that for $1,000, you know, they're our designers, so maybe I'm running a lot.
No, I understand. So the two things are, some of that should have been in the fact that Nancy is taking the high estimates on everything. Like, whatever the range was, you know, 2.5 to 2.8, she's taking 2.8. So some of that's gotta be eaten up in there.
And I think some is.
Right, but and we're adding another $212,000 as an overage. So we trust what you're doing, but we need to understand it better. So I think, I think we just have to, you know, I think it would be silly of us not to let the project go forward right now. But I think what we need to do, vote the money that's needed right now to get through phase 2, but come back with us and work with us to figure out how we understand what's going on. You know, and I think we have to start with Andrew's point at, what do we tell town? What do we tell the town? Right, and that's the number, and work back from that number.
I'm gonna take one more try at this.
No, we don't need to.
Okay. I just want to say,
Right.
that
No, we're good,
okay.
we're good.
The number that taken to town meeting was for the plant that we're intending to design.
Right, and then.
Right, that's what
clarify
Andrew
that.
made clear.
Yeah, so we have $54 million in play right now. Right, the 4 million and the 50 million. That's,
And what I was trying to say, I guess, is some of the numbers Nancy was using were off the original RFP, I thought, so that's why I wasn't saying those numbers were based on.
so I'll tell you what, Nancy, why don't you and I get together and maybe with Kevin and try and get this in a.
Yeah,
way
especially
that we can.
if, like, I don't think he's actually seen Steve's budget, which helps too, but it's not something, it's something you need to look at, you have time to sit and look at.
And we'll have an update in the near future with Woodward and Power and bring them in here and get in more detail with some of that stuff.
So do you need a revised vote from us this evening?
Yeah, yes, there is a motion for you.
Sure, take the motion.
Please.
Move to amend the votes of 7/6/2021 and December 20th, 2022 of the select board meetings to set the total not to exceed contract award of $5,085,000 for the design of the new water treatment plant to Woodward and Current, which includes phase 1 and all amendments for public outreach, reservoir permitting, and OOB pilot season 3, and also authorizes phase 2 of the design of $2,648,000, inclusive of the 8 phases detailed in the January 4th, 2023 proposal, and the manganese contactor pilot of $598,000.
Second.
Any, second one is Canfield, any further questions? All right, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you very much.
So we'll get together and figure out how we can understand this.
Yeah.
That'll have to be the tool that we move forward on, so that at every update, we can get the key indicators that we need to know that we're on time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So you're right on schedule?
I was ahead of schedule, like 10 minutes in.
Thank you.
Yeah. Why don't we, Kelly, come on in and get set up, and we're just gonna take a 2-minute break. Ryan.
Oh, come on, guys.
Five-minute recess, and I will return.
Thank you.
2-minute recess, Kevin, bear with us.
I know I have words. Oh, we can't be running there.
Today, I had a cracker.
Oh, good stuff.
How are you, dear?
Good, how are you? Little Debbie named, it's in the basket right now.
It's not how it appears in the GIS.
Maura?
I even looked at it.
Oh.
Well, they do it this.
I know, you know why? Yes. Because it was
Oh,
donated
so
to
you
the
got
government. It's not everything it is, donated to. Any kind of large.
That means my contract with they are what? So I think what will happen is.
Oh, I could, I started work down. Well, they're fine, but when I bring them all day, it's too much in my place.
Well, and I hate to say it, behind the post office
Graham? Yeah.
The post office seems really out of the way in terms of visibility. Maybe the boat ramp, I originally had it at the corner of James and Gary, but everybody talks about being weather.
With a basket?
Yes. Although the one standing there for recreation says like it. Same spot.
Yeah, and then the other is
Very simple math.
at the end of the days. And Staley's Causeway. Before, like, there's a boat ramp, people have.
On the ocean side.
And there's a stone
light on what's.
Yes, yep.
Is it gonna work?
I am open to influence, I just really want to put it in a place that doesn't get too easy by the way. And everybody feels like that I've spoken to right along mine is, but it's a new place. I really liked where I originally started.
Their comment on that was, because I said originally they were providing aids. It's not really sort of refundable. They cost. Yes. That was tricky. But yeah, so I reached out to them today. And, they approved it and they had. That's all right. So we didn't get much back. But I'm not sure we're on that. Or maybe, I don't know about the parking lot, but it's sort of like, I don't know, it's a tricky one, that's why I said.
If this is the corner,
Yeah.
and this is Blades, and this is, Bailey's Comic. It looks like this little portion is town lane. So, that's how.
No, I make
Corey
sense.
got too, because I've asked her to look at all these locations.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm in favor of a letter, but what's
Kelly. Good. Next time, so it'll be very nice.
I like the town of Scituate.
White Lotus, the best show ever. I accidentally told someone the ending tonight. I was
Don't do
ashamed.
that.
She mentioned it, so I said, oh, wasn't that tragic? She's like, I haven't watched it yet. Oh,
Bad
so
Sisters,
sorry.
Bad Sisters is really good.
It sure
That's
is.
funny. Oh my God.
It sure is.
Are we still rolling? Yeah.
We're doing TV reviews now.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Karen Canfield will catch up. So let's get this sign thing wrapped up so you can proceed. Tell us what, we've got your presentation here.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Give us the.
So what's been changed is we've added town of Scituate underneath. Could you flip to 5, please? I'm sure you've all had a chance to see, and Peggy is spelled properly, yay. So outstanding questions are the Sandhill spelling. The Scituate Historical Society confirmed it is 2 words historically. And so we'll need to update the sign that was installed by Recreation for 1 word. Then moving on to locations, would you go to number 6, please? Karen was just mentioning that NSBIA believes they're the owners of this ground that we spec here, but according to the GIS, and I confirmed it with Corey Miles, the property line goes right about through here. So it's not at the sidewalk, but, you know.
You think you could put it in?
I think that it's town property, and if we like it, we can put
I'm
it
just
there,
sure you
but
said Kelly. Who says that they thought it was a?
the North Scituate Beach Improvement Association,
Okay.
they're the ones that maintain Gordon Park. And so Karen Canfield spoke with them earlier today and said they are under the impression that is their land. So that would be problematic, so we'll need to clarify that.
Is this sign actually made? What is the?
No, it's superimposed, I was
No,
just
it's
going through the
Photoshop.
same thing, Tony.
It's Photoshop, I promise I haven't installed
It looks great.
Looks really good.
All
How
right.
long are they again?
8 feet wide, 4 feet tall.
Looks awesome.
Cool. Would you continue on the slides, please?
1 second, we're gonna watch it and then I'll open up to you.
Egypt in the circle maintained by beautification. Hopefully we can get it in there without disturbing the plants they've got. They just really changed the thinking once we went from one-sided to two-sided signs. We want to make the most of both sides as best we can. And that just happens to be 8 foot with that circle at each of each. Sand Hills, we had originally said across the street, but everyone's convinced me that's a very weather-beaten spot that wouldn't be in our best interest for longevity of the sign. So we moved over here, thinking that it's the parking lot would be a nice thing for people to be able to locate the parking lot. And also we've talked to the DPW about hopefully rearranging the handicap parking so that it will be closer to the Sand Hills General Store and that entrance over there. Just really made sense in terms of the crosswalk. Maybe that's.
Have you talked to Commission on Disabilities?
I am not sure if Connor has or not, but
Yeah, for sure.
We meet tomorrow.
There you go.
There's the Peggy Beach, man.
We haven't come to it yet. We're going right around the coast from north to south. So this is museum, and right now you've got a couple things. You've got the Harbor Walk sign and this bench, but there is room in between for it to happen. And I thought if we might be able to relocate the Harbor Walk sign over to the other side of that particular entrance. It's the one closest to the lighthouse. It seems to get the most use. It's already got the signage congregated there. Here's Peggotty. Also, I've looked at these locations with both Mike Green and Will Branton, and we are fairly sure we've got clearance here. We'll do a dig safe prior to the project, obviously. But he recommended this, and we can get rid of some of this bamboo here and digging it up. And plant some natives.
Where is that? Right on the right on the left of the entrance?
Yes.
Would you flip to the map, please? Number 20. If you're driving down from Edward Foster, here's that little building, here's the entrance, it'll be right before that. We'll clear a little of that bamboo.
Shadows of Thorn. Yeah, it's good,
Summer Rock is a tough little nugget. I don't think right at the entrance to the beach, like we originally said, is the best possible because I really would like to highlight the parking. I'd also like people to not be walking across that little piece of grass, as even if I put it there and not closer to the woods. And that's it.
Would you then put some sort of a directional sign so that people know? If you, I mean, I guess if you've got a permit and you're parking there, you probably know where the beach is, but just to have an arrow pointing toward where the.
But we're really not calling out parking, right? We're calling out the beach. What is
No,
it?
but this is on the parking.
No, I know, but I'm
She's questioning.
I'm questioning the location.
Oh,
The intention is to highlight the entrances to the beaches as best we can.
Yeah,
given our
that's
weather
not even close to
conditions.
the entrance. That would be the only one right now that I think is in proximity to the entrance of the beach.
I don't know where, I mean, that's a tough spot, I don't know.
Why, do we not own any land by the entrance? Is it all privately owned right up to there? Anybody know?
It's my understanding, basically except for the road. I'm looking at the GIS.
Oh, well,
I think I agree more though. I think I'd like to put the entrance, you know, even if you have to put it in the cement.
So where we originally scoped it, because the entrance there is 34 feet wide and our sign is only 8, there would be sign on a through there. Right at the entrance where the concrete barriers are, right, it's made winter gate off season.
All right, what do you guys think? You like the sign, so are we all good on the design of the sign and
you
adding,
did a great job on that.
town of Scituate on there?
Yes, that
Great.
was a good
And then,
there's a motion for this.
anybody have questions on the locations of the signs? Who's gonna actually install them?
The DPW.
DPW, okay.
And we'll be saving that way, $4,200.
Yeah, well, I understand the desire to protect the signs, and I think the Minnet and the Hummerock not being. Like, I have a little problem with it at Gordon, only because it's at an intersection and it's not at an entrance to the beach. I know it's near the parking lot, and the parking lot's too far away, and I liked the original location by the gates. But then there's the question of, is that North Scituate Beach or is that Minot Beach? If you remember the last.
Right.
And then the only other, there's really not enough room at the post op where the actual entrance is. It's not very visible by the post office, which would be one location, and it's narrow. So the only last one would be the pocket park by the boat ramp. And because that's town and there. And it's also proximate to the actual Minot Beach. My question is the input from the beach associations that are near these would be important too. I know you've done a ton of work, but I'm not so sure that that's the optimal place for that particular one.
We plan to include them in whatever the abutter notification is that we decide on, which is another thing we need to address for ending our conversation.
And is your biggest concern about putting it either at the different issue on the gate, but up by the water is just wear and tear?
Wear and tear, yep. I actually like it there in terms of being a guide and being visible and being an Instagram moment, but.
There's that.
About the abutters meeting, CPC asked that we do that, abutters notification. And then Mary Sprague asked me to clarify if we wanted to do a letter or if we wanted to do a meeting, and I spoke with Dan Fennelly and he said it's utterly up to us, and so I'm in favor of a notification letter, if that suffices, but I like your guidance.
How are you gonna get feedback though?
Here's what we'll be doing, here's an opportunity to come forward if you'd like to, and.
So you will have a meeting?
We'll let them know when the beach commission will meet next, and invite them to speak up at that time if they'd like to, but not make it a formal come to our meeting.
Who's the liaison for that? Must be me.
We changed it. Oh, yeah, you took it over because of the bathrooms. That's you.
I'll be there.
Wait, you was the beach commission liaison?
Can I
Tony.
just make a comment? I just want to do a record for it. I love the design, I love all the work you've done, I just think they're too big. I think they're huge and massive, and I don't know how I combat that, maybe I have to go see what a prototype looks like in real life, but just with these photoshops, maybe I just need to drive around and take a look, like that particular, that to me looks really out of place in that when you think about driving down and passing by Museum Beach and you see this big huge sign in the middle of nice beach grass, I just don't know if there's a way in which does it get knocked down to 3 feet, does it have to be at 4, I don't know, but that's me and I'm one person and I will need to go take a look at it. Cause I love all the design and the work that you've all done, I just think they're huge.
Or it could be scaled based on a location.
Yeah, for comparison.
Are you gonna scale them?
For comparison, the library sign, using the similar design that we were inspired by, is 12 feet wide. So 33% wider than this, and at the same height.
I'm gonna have to go look at that, and that's the
I mean,
library
that
sign in
table's
the
an
middle of
8-foot table.
a big lawn, right?
That's an 8-foot table.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that might be, I think that's a 10-foot table, that was my guess.
That's not too apparent.
What?
Right, that's what I'm thinking, I'm 5'7", all the way down.
Yeah, I think it's big. I think it's long.
Did you ever think of a 6-foot sign?
I did, and you guys looked at that in the second round.
And we said 8?
No, it's probably because we asked you to make it more like the wayfaring, and maybe it creeped up to 8 to put in the Scituate. Well, I don't think anybody here told you what size to make it.
No, of course, and
You know what I
when I
mean?
saw the library sign, I measured it, and I said 12's way too wide, but 8 seems good, and I talked with Mr. Hassan about it, and he said yes, that seemed like a good portion to him to work with.
Do they all have to be the same? I mean, there could
They
be
don't
some
have
eights
to be
and
the
sixes.
same, no.
Yeah.
See, I think Museum Beach
The
is a
6
small
foot
beach, so
sign
it probably
goes
is a
on a
small
4x4 post is another reason I keep pushing for the 8 because I think the density of the post matters. This is a 6x6.
I don't know if you use one with it.
8 foot is on a 4x4 post.
Thank you for doing these graphics, because it's
Yeah,
really
that is
helpful.
great.
Right. So let's wrap this. So we like the design. The locations, if you have feedback, then give it for the meeting.
Right.
Okay, so, and you'll get letters out to the abutters and we'll have a beach commission meeting and we'll discuss the locations.
Yes.
Yeah, finalize.
And then, Maura, are you good with 8 feet or do you wanna, I mean, I guess what you could talk about, if you look at certain locations that maybe, like Karen mentioned, Museum Beach maybe doesn't have as much
And then
room,
scale
but
to the
mine,
location.
you need 8 feet, you know, you want people to see it.
Each of one of these.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, oh, I'm sorry, anyone have questions, go ahead.
Question about the Minot sign. The previous sign was North Scituate Beach and it was at the corner of Glades and Gannon. And that is North Scituate Beach. Down by the post office, or the old post office, which is no longer there, that's Well Rock Beach. Minot Beach is down the end of Glades Road. So I think the sign is confusing.
So where do you consider Minot Beach?
Wait,
Minot Beach is down the end of Glades Road,
Down at the,
very end,
Private beach.
private beach.
It's a private beach.
If I may,
yeah,
I understand what you're saying because I actually brought up the issue of North Scituate Beach versus Minot Beach and I forgot about Well Rock Beach, but if this is more about people coming from out of town and just sort of, I think we could wind up with 15 signs all over the place with, because if you go down to Egypt Beach, we used to call one was Rocky Beach, one was Sandy Beach.
I'm not asking for more signs, I'm just asking for clarification.
Well, and
Because-
I'm saying that, you know, it may be heretical to say it, but if most people are going to refer to that area as Minot, that to call all of it Minot Beach might be offensive to people who have been here for a long time. And I've been here long enough to know exactly what you're saying, but if most people know that area as Minot, then I'm not sure it's the worst thing in the world to call it Minot Beach. That's all I'm saying.
It's a rebranding.
I think mine might colors a little bit also.
Minot area beaches. Yeah, you could.
you could put the 3 other ones. Well,
Anything on the bottom.
I
On the
think
bottom.
that one in particular, I think will be good for feedback, like get the abutters and get some feedback on, because I think people are pretty passionate about these things and,
Well, that's what your meeting's for, to
Yeah,
get
that's what
that
it's for.
feedback, and it's not built until it
I
gets
know, because
confirmed.
we shot down the North Scituate Beach, well, originally with Minot, and we're like, you can't put that in, like gates. Didn't we originally, the original?
Well, I said that that is North Scituate Beach at the end of the gates.
Right.
And I said Minot Beach is down at the other end. As I say, I forgot about Well Rock.
Yeah.
But I think we're more looking to give people from outside the community, oh, this is Minot Beach, or this is Peggotty Beach, or, you know. I mean, we didn't even know there was Museum Beach for a long time.
You're
I would
already,
never
you're
swim
almost
there.
out of the beach area by the time you see the Minot sign.
Right.
Right, well, that's my concern about it on that corner.
Is there any place down the other end that would go?
There's no point putting it at the end of Glades with the accurate location. Private,
No, I mean at the other end where you.
that was the original proposal.
gates.
At the lights.
At the corner of
At the
the
corner of Blades again. It was a very nice sign until it was stolen.
What?
It was a wooden carved sign. I think the beach association put it up.
What did it say, North Scituate?
It said North Scituate, yes.
Can't remember. All right, we need to vet those things out. I mean, the work is, I know how much work you guys have put into it and the sign looks good. And you know, we look at scalability for the final location and make sure the voters are happy and then figure out the minor conundrum. Because moving parts on that one. That sound right?
Sounds great. You got all
Thank you
that?
for staying out late.
I got it.
You're gonna make a
We're almost
motion,
there.
you need to
Thank
make
you
a
so
motion.
much.
Yeah.
The motion is in your packet,
Uh,
so that we can move forward, and they're gonna have to come back to a select board meeting, right?
Based on the feedback you get from that, why don't you come back after you get the feedback from that meeting?
I think so too.
Yeah.
I love coming here. Don't worry about it.
I'm trying to put you
A
early.
little early, would be cool if we had snacks.
Maybe after we get past the.
What's the actual motion say?
Approve the beach engine signs final draft, so how they look, as submitted by the Scituate Beach Commission.
Let's not do a motion, you'll just come back.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, good,
No
great
worries.
work.
Everybody have a great night, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're getting there even better.
All right, we did that one. Now we're doing aquaculture next step, Susan
And Mike. And Mike's here.
and Mike.
Hi, Liz.
Sorry it's so late. Karen was chatting.
Which one? I was quiet
The one to my
tonight.
right.
That one.
Well, we're back, and we have a couple of things to address. We were asked, the last time we were here, we were asked for a timeline for approval, like what are our next steps? And to revisit the map on some questions, because it was too zoomed in, if you remember. We wanted to kind of pan out and there were some questions that we were gonna address. So I don't know where you wanna start, we can start with why don't we start with the maps? And I've also got Zoom power here of sharing. So let me share this. Here we go. And let me wait till it gets shared. Do it, I can actually do it just. Yeah. There we go. So beautiful picture of the site. So this is the lease site, the 2 5-acre sites that we've been talking about, and this was panned out, so this is the whole area. You can see the breakwater, you can see Bassins Beach, you can see the Scituate land all the way up, and then Cohasset on this side. Does that help orient folks? Okay.
Yep.
So those two, the buoys in there? Is that-
Pink things.
The two like purple
Mhm.
squares are each roughly 5 acres. And those are coordinates those are the coordinates that we have on the shellfish advisory site that we asked if the previous applicants were interested in a deeper water site. So that site is not dry, it's subtidal. Our original plan was intertidal, we moved to subtidal, so that's beyond the mean low water line.
Seems a lot further out than the original plan. Are they safe out there? You know, are they maybe they're washed away? It seems a little bit more exposed.
It is a little bit more exposed, they would still be put into the ground, so,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that they'd wash away.
More covered.
Covered, and then as a reminder, our regulations have the aquaculture farmers taking out the gear in the winter months, so, and most do anyway to store them. Then I did a couple other maps too. So this is, we were asked about what's the whole area, cause like these are 2 5-acre spots. So this is 320 plus acres of Scituate and Cohasset waters. So that green line through
through the large blue circle is the town line. And we're asking for 10 acres within 320 acres. Yeah, okay, so that's also 1.6%. I'm sorry, no, that's 1.2%.
So our share is 251 acres.
So our share is 251 acres. The next slide, it's 251 acres of Scituate. So we have 251 acres. And I also want to remind you that we've plotted 2 5-acre plots, but when we asked the people who were interested, the original applicants, we only received 4. So that would be 4 acres total, which is 4 acres of 250, roughly 250 acres is 1.6% of the total Scituate waters. And then I do want to tell you one other side, because I want to be completely transparent, that this is the MB10 line in Scituate. So this is the line that demarks like what is open as far as classification and closed prohibited. So to the right, where our purple markers is conditionally open, so you can shellfish in that area. To the left, you cannot because of the 1,000-to-1 dilution. So if you recall, in the North-South River, we were fighting the 1,000-to-1 because, oh my gosh, it closed everything. This is the 1,000-to-1 mark. Although DMF is going to continue to test, and they anticipate with good testing, we could move that line over closer to where the town line is, which is a little bit over. So we could, so then the difference of that is 200 acres. So there's 200 acres of open Scituate waters. That we were asked about size and like this.
So
I
it just
I
seems
thought
strange,
this,
like those 2 combined purple squares.
they look larger because the thing is real, the like marking is kind of thick when it's in the middle, right? Yeah, it does, it looks a little bit
It
bigger.
looks a lot more than 1% in that area.
Well, that's 2% of the area. But so 204, and then let me move back, that would be one of those. Because, when I'm saying 2%, I'm saying one of those. Because if we moved forward on who applied, there were 4 applicants.
Actually, it's 5%, because you shrunk.
So we
So
would
it's
strike the 1, take the 1 out. So if you move forward on the 10 acres, yes, it's more than 2%. But if you just look at the 4 acres, it's 2%.
Gotcha.
And then these were our original photos with so you can see that the sizing is the same, it just was really zoomed in. And what we were trying to do, this was posted on our website, what we were trying to do with zooming in is to clarify that we were not in the eelgrass, we were not at the mean low tide mark. So that was why we did that. And then these are the coordinates. And if I go, which we've seen all that, if I go back to these, all of this is coordinates, right? Like the MB10 line is coordinates that we received from DMF. So there's like no debate on it. The lines that we marked out, those are also coordinates that we posted on our site. The mean low tide is also coordinates that we received from a survey. So a professional surveyor gave us coordinates to get our mean low tide. So I guess this was answers what we received the last time. Possibly, are we outside of the MB10 line? Is this a good area, or are we up on a sandbar? So based on a professional surveyor, we're in the subtitle. We are not in the intertidal.
Can you go back to that first picture that had the whole area? Yeah, like that one.
The whole area with Cohasset or the
Doesn't
whole?
matter. So recreationally, I would imagine the further you go to the right would be less impacted? Like the square to the right?
You know, that's a great question because it's subtitle, but it's not super deep out there. So most of the recreation besides, and most of the, I guess, organized recreation, because I think you know, like the lone paddleboarder is probably spending a lot more time over on this side versus the organized recreation tends to go from the jetty and shoot out towards, so basically almost following the MB10 line, like going out that way. Or at least the people that we've communicated with.
Not taking in the water.
And also at high tide, you could go over the areas as well.
Is this on our site yet?
It's not, but I was gonna post it right after. I can post it and,
I think we should.
Anyone have questions on just the location of stuff that?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is very.
Yeah, it looks great. You answered all the questions about spots and. I have a question for Jamie for one second. We've always worked with lots of an acre because it's a nice clean number. Is that what you need? Or like is a half acre? What are
The consensus among most aquaculturists, and when you're talking about farms that are like fully in the water, the number typically tends to go up. But most, if you would ask most aquaculturists what you would need as a minimum for a farm, most would actually say more like 2. So 1 is kind of
for a
like
business
dipping your
interest?
toe for business, yeah.
Because an acre's a lot.
Hobby, maybe a half acre. An acre sounds like a lot, but once you get out there, it's 200 feet by 208 feet by 208 feet. It's really not all that large when you take into consideration the amount of gear you need. You can only grow your business to whatever size your farm is, you know. We have 2 acres in Dennis, and we're able to sell, maybe 1.5 million to 2 million oysters per year on those 2 acres. So if you went with 1, you'd have to have that number, cut that number in half. I see where you're going to seeing whether it's possible to do this with just a half an acre. I wouldn't recommend it.
And on the 200 feet by 200 feet, is that caged, is that structures for that whole area, or is there?
I guess you have to ask each individual farmer. Not everyone might use that entire space.
No, but I mean typically, like what do you use in your other space? Do you use the full?
We do, yes, yeah.
So there's no practice of having big lanes in the middle to get around or anything?
We do, yeah, because we can drive our vehicles out there, so we do have to have driving lanes here and there. This will be approached by boats, so you wouldn't necessarily need it. You want to leave a landing spot for your boat, I'm guessing.
and then we have area between the acres, like lanes, in the regulations.
So what's the next, you've answered those questions, location.
Right. The next step, so we're requesting, like we were requesting before, is to move toward a public hearing. So the next step, if we were to follow the steps, which since we've been at this for 4 years, so DMF has actually changed their process in the past 4 years. Last September, they have a fast track process for very small aquaculture, small scale aquaculture, and 1 acre for individual 1 acre permits are considered small scale. So it would go through DMF primarily and with notification to all other areas. So like Coast Guard, Army Corps, wetlands, Chapter 401 doesn't apply. There's many things that don't apply that would apply for large scale. So what would happen, we would have a public hearing And that was however long it would take to schedule it with, with notice to abutters. So our tax assessor's office would have to certify the abutter list, and send a notice to abutters, 10 days posting in the newspaper, have a public hearing, take notes, say yes or no, send it to DMF, and DMF is the one that certifies the area. So what you would be doing at the public hearing, is giving preliminary approval. DMF gives the final approval, and they certify the site. And in order for them to certify the site, they would have to come out to the site, and they put divers overboard to look for any sort of eelgrass or other shellfish or they're basically looking for if there would be any other adverse effects.
So are they approving the license or the spot?
They're approving the spot.
Okay, so you have to do that first before you actually do the applicants.
No, we would do the public hearing for the spot, the proposed spot. The proposed spot, I mean, they have been out there, we have been out there, we've had students out there, there have been gobs of people out there, and there's not eelgrass and there's not significant shellfish. However, we know that, but they would go out and certify it with divers. So you would give a preliminary approval to the site, the specific coordinates to the specific applicant, and then we would put it in their queue until they could get divers out there. And
So
they
it's all
told us,
one thing, it's the site and the applicant at one time.
yes.
So what do we do? What's the next step if we wanted to proceed? What's the next step that we do from right now?
From right now, we would schedule a public hearing.
That would do
Work to
what?
schedule a public hearing.
That we would go over the applicants?
That we would go over the application, the site and the application.
Okay, so we're kind of doing the site now.
Right,
So
so I would, but we're not doing it in a
Yeah,
public
yeah.
hearing.
But they're individual sites, so.
Right,
They would be citing the individual oyster farmer sites within these 5 acre plots, the
Yes.
A, B, C, D.
We
And then
would
those
have-
individual sites get certified by DMF.
Yes. Correct, thank you.
Alright, so the next step would be to have a public hearing, and then from there, we get 60 days to confirm or something, right?
No, we were supposed to, the 60-day rule is when somebody applies, we're supposed to act on it within 60 days, but there's a clause where we continue to communicate with them, then, so we've had these applicants that applied,
So at that public
and
hearing, we
then
would
we've
then
been
vote,
continuing, you would vote to
And
move
then at
it,
that
to
point-
conditionally approve it.
and then it would go to DMF and they would do their.
And they would do everything else, they do everything else, and then they would approve it, and they would either approve or deny it, but it does look like a very good site, weather dependent, they could be out there in March or April, and we could have approved aquaculture sites.
And if they approve it, then we would then execute the
Yes.
agreements.
Yes, and we
That would be the final
enforce,
step.
that's when you collect the $25 that you have to collect, and Mike, the shellfish constable, would work with the applicants. Yes, we put to work.
And DMF's turnaround time is probably a month or two?
They said we'd be in their queue to start, they said that weather dependent, because they have to put divers overboard. They said March, April. And that was last week when I talked to them.
Any questions for Sue?
Yes.
Any questions? No. Alright, so now I think what we have to do is decide whether she needs to know from us whether we take the next step and schedule a public hearing.
Correct.
So that's what we'll discuss. The elephant in the room is the fact that Cohasset has passed a bylaw that says that they have authority over that whole area. And we are now, it's at the Attorney General's office, and we are opposing that and try to see what happens then. I don't think we have a real clear timeline on when that would occur. Probably around the same time. probably within a couple of months, is that reasonable?
You never know.
You never know. So,
The new administration.
right. So the question that I would pose is, do we go ahead with this knowing that there's this conflict out there that hasn't been resolved? Or do we just go ahead, regardless of that?
I say go ahead. I say go ahead as long as we're very transparent during the public hearings with the applicants, that they understand where we are, that's, yeah.
I think, given that the town has made it abundantly clear that we think that the bylaw is not enforceable on our property, we shouldn't hesitate to assert our rights to use the property as we see fit. And if something changes down the road, then, you know, we deal with it as we deal with it. But I think Maura's exactly right. Public hearing is the perfect time that we make sure that that's the statement and this is, and update people on where things are. And, you know, applicants can decide whether that's their risk they're worth. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they've already applied prior to all this stuff going on. And as we know, last time, they got sued. And, you know, there's legal cost, I wouldn't be surprised if that happens again. And there'll be some sort of legal cost that's associated that any applicant may have to bear on their own.
I think they're fully aware of that. I support moving forward with public hearings and especially the work that's been done on the minuscule amount of the site and the impact I'm convinced is grossly overstated. I think it would be, all the reasons we even looked at it in the first place still apply.
Any other comments? Any?
With support going forward, in fear or try to be bullied by something that we don't believe in. And I think 4 acres, I mean, this would actually be one of the smallest farms in town. Appleton Field is 10 acres. We're sitting here, this is 8 acres on town hall, where we are. Vatican City is 100 acres. We have 2 Vaticans out there. And still have, you know, enough space for recreation. So, yeah, I fully support after 4 years on board.
I just want to say thank you to all of you as well, really, I mean, so much work into making it, in my opinion, co-inhabitable, I don't know, like, I just think you've done a great job. Coexisting.
You learn a lot, you learn more every day, but the regulations took over 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that is something, and you mentioned earlier about making it transparent. The public hearing, as I mentioned, DMF just wants to know you had a public hearing and that you took minutes at the public hearing and that you posted the public hearing. How you do a public hearing is up to you. So having that, we could have the applicants there, it could be the Shellfish Advisory could be there, obviously Mike too. It is a select board public hearing, but we might want to think about how to make it most transparent and what you would want addressed if you vote to have a public hearing. In the public hearing, because it sounds like you're somewhat supportive of a public hearing.
Well, this has not been done in haste, we have to all do that, right?
No, but in my opinion, at this point, I don't see the rush, and I'd like to get the legal ramifications resolved before we do this. That's just my opinion. And I think it's evident, we're gonna find out within weeks or months on where that stands, so. That's my thought, so if you wanna make a motion, I'm sorry, comments?
I just had one comment.
Just name and address, Jamie.
Jamie Davenport, 16 Boothville Road, Scituate. I don't know if I want to tip my hand, but I mean, I guess they're going to be probably privy to the same information. They, meaning the legal team that is employees that they're ready to sue us if we move forward with this. But I've also spoken with the Division of Marine Fisheries as well. And they said if we can move forward with aquaculture and the aquaculture program is in place, there are safeguards within Commonwealth law regarding aquaculture that would make it very difficult to remove it once it's already in. So if the process at the AG's office takes 90 days or more, and this process takes less time, and licenses are given out, it would make it very difficult for them to reverse that decision. If that has any bearing or, gives any comfort.
Any other comments? All right, seeing none, did someone make a motion?
Move that the select board of the town of Scituate approve the scheduling of aquaculture / oyster farm public hearings at the earliest convenience.
Second.
Second is Conley. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Aye. So it's 4-1 in favor. So we will look at our calendars and we will set up a public meeting probably, in the next 4 to 6 weeks, I would say. I don't know, 4 weeks.
But just a question on the procedure, I would like to just get the board's feedback. Should we, as we have with other different committees, should we have a joint meeting with Shellfish Advisory and the board and do it as a standalone rather than as an agenda item?
Yes. We'll probably have to do it.
Okay.
So you don't wanna make it at like 11 o'clock at night?
Yeah.
Public
Can we
hearings
take that
at
one in the morning?
11:30 on a Friday.
Yeah, so it'll be a whole separate meeting where we
A
just
separate meeting, okay.
deal with
And
that.
then we
topic.
can discuss with Lorraine the logistics.
Yes, posting and all that. Yeah. We'll have to find a date first, that'll be the first.
Okay. That's all we want.
Great, thank you guys,
Thank you
great
so
work.
much.
I
Very
mean,
fine, thank
the
you.
education and the detail that you put into this is spectacular, so
Okay.
thank you.
Jamie, there were 2 young men that might wanna talk to you.
I heard. The next item is the discussion vote on the capital budget, and we're gonna postpone that till next meeting. We have new business, the discussion vote on the installation of a Keno machine at 7-Eleven. Did there used to be one there?
They have something there, but it's not the full machine.
So I said there used to be something there.
Yeah, there's something there, but not the full
We're
screen.
not allowed to disapprove it, right?
If we don't
Here,
approve it, then they can go to the state and get it.
Right, so point being.
Who's at the select,
Like it
who's
on-
like a motion?
Take it on your phone now
Yes.
too.
Can you?
Yeah.
Move that the select board approve the installation of a Keno monitor at the existing Keno to go agent to display the game at 7-Eleven. Store number 37474 at 337 Gannett Road.
Second, Mr. Goodrich, all in favor? Aye, it's unanimous. Next topic, a one-day wine and malt license for Mulaney's at 8 Allen Place on January 11th, 2023, from 7 to 9 p.m. for a private event.
Second.
Second by Ms. Canfield, further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye, it's unanimous, 5-0. Last is renewal for some drain layer licenses.
Move to approve the renewal of drain layer licenses for By Area Brothers Incorporated, Paul F. Spencer, Encore, and McDougal Brothers Enterprises LLC, Michael Walsh, and Topman Enterprises Incorporated.
Second by
Second.
Mr. Goodrich, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. Other business, do we have any liaison reports?
Well, the Pier 44 committee is meeting with all kinds of committees and other people, so that is moving along. I don't recall if we met since we had the first Old Parkway meeting, but we have a chair. And so that's gonna move along.
Who is it?
Excuse me?
Who is it?
Matt McKinley.
Yeah, thank you, Matt.
Okay, sorry, I think it's been a spot, I'm sorry.
Matt McKinley, and he was in to talk to Lorraine today about how to conduct his chairmanship.
He's gonna do a great job.
Yes, he is gonna do a great job. And CPC met last night and they were voting on a number of projects, including they voted to recommend to town meeting the money to do the next phase of Pier 44. And they were talking about quite a few other projects, so. That's me.
Any others?
I got 7. Just one question for the board, I don't know if it's technically a liaison report, but I had drafted a year in review, just things that were accomplished, that I've done for years in the past. Got some comments back from some folks, but I wondered if the board would agree that we should release it as from town administrator's office, rather than, in the past, I've just thrown that on social media.
Isn't it usually a part of the town report?
I was just gonna say, last year I definitely used a lot of it for the town report, but then I left enough for the other committees to report, so it wasn't.
Oh, at the annual meeting?
Yeah, well, no, at the.
I
I
feel
know, in the
like-
actual, so it's documented in the annual
Oh,
report.
That glossy covered annual report.
Yeah.
That's where it's I think would probably get read most.
Okay.
I think we can post it though. I mean, if you wanna, I didn't know if anyone had any items to add to it, you hit
The
some.
only thing I did get some comments from a couple of people, thank you, Lorraine, but one thing I would like to add is the full, like you were saying, the cool stats from the budget reports, like we fixed 700,000 potholes and we did $300, you know, everybody loves that stuff because you can understand it, it's like, okay, they actually went out and cleaned 400 drains, it's cool stuff. So I would add that, otherwise.
Why don't you add that and then send it around to us one more time and then we can have them posted on our Facebook page as well.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was.
Yeah, I can do that. It's, social.
Any other? All right, next is correspondence.
Yep, we have an update on our grant report since our last meeting on 12/27. Scituate was awarded over $6,000 in additional grants, bringing our total up to $11,504,000. That's awesome. Those are both from the Massachusetts Executive Office of Public Safety for fire safety programs and also fire safety educational programs for students. So that's nice. It's that one. There will be a Massachusetts Open Space Conference, free webinars on Thursday, February 2nd, 9th, and 16th, and Thursday, February 23rd. It goes over different things like recreation plans, tips and tools for landowner outreach, so please visit massopenspace.org for this free event and more information. And then everybody is invited to a Black Velvet Soiree on behalf of the South Shore Irish Heritage Trail. It's a fundraiser for the Irish Trail. Sounds like a fun event being held on February 4th at the South Shore Arts Center in Cohasset. You can visit also there. Actually, will we post this anywhere or is this just sent to us as correspondence? Because it's like eventbrite.com, Black Velvet Soiree dash.
Anybody can attend,
It's
that
a little
wants to
tough.
support the Irish Heritage Trail.
Okay,
You can just go to the website.
oh, it's
Yeah.
probably there, right?
The Irish Heritage Trail website.
Okay. So noted. So that looks like a really, really fun event, and that's it.
Great.
Oh, and that is to help support the future Westport Scituate Student Exchange Program. Kicking off, which is great.
And it's in the South Shore Arts Center in Cohasset.
I did say.
Bring your passport.
And your favorite black dress.
Awesome. Next is approval of minutes.
Move to accept the minutes for the select board meeting held December 20th, 2022.
Imagery.
And also further move to accept and not release the executive session minutes for the select board executive session held December 20th, 2022, since the matters discussed are still pending at this time.
Second.
Second one is Conley, further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. Before we wrap up, I do want to thank, we had a nice holiday party last weekend. And I just want to thank everybody that put that together. It was a great turnout, a lot of fun. It was at the Barker Tavern, and it was nice to go there before they actually completely flip over to just,
Function.
Functions.
The one you were at.
yeah, that's what I was looking for. And so it was great, acknowledging all the stuff they've done in the community as well, so thank you for, I'm sure Lorraine and Michelle and everybody else who put that together.
You're welcome, I'll tell Michelle.
Great,
It was great.
with that, can I have a motion to adjourn and sign documents?
So moved.
Second by Ms. Conley, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it is unanimous, good night, everybody.